Morning, everyone, and welcome back to the 2022 National Advisory Committee Fall Meeting. Yesterday, we had a productive day and great dialogue, which we expect to continue today. Before we begin, I'd like to say a special word of thanks to the staff at the United States Patent and Trademark Office for allowing us to use their space. Without their partnership, this hybrid meeting would not have been possible. And as mentioned yesterday, I'd also like to thank Dept Chatrath, Taiku Lee, and Jim Tucker for their 6 years of service on the NAC. We applaud them and we wish them the best. And as a special note, if you have an interest in serving on the National Advisory Committee, please email your resume to our team before the November 18th deadline. Our email address is census.national.advisory.committee@census.gov. This is an in-person and virtual hybrid meeting. For the NAC members who have joined us via the virtual format, we ask that you mute your microphones so as not to distract others. At the conclusion of each Census Bureau presentation, James, with Cherokee's assistance, will be responsible for facilitating the committee discussion. For the members who have physically joined us, please turn your name tent card on its side to indicate to the chair and vice chair that you wish to join the queue to speak. Once acknowledged by the chair or vice chair, turn on the microphone at your table and clearly state your name for the record. This is needed each time you speak for the most accurate transcripts. And for the members who have joined the meeting via the virtual format, I ask that you use the virtual raise hand icon. Once acknowledged by the chair, unmute your microphone, state your name clearly for the record, and proceed with your question or comment. Today, first on the agenda, our committee vice chair, Cherokee Bradley, will provide opening remarks. And following Cherokee Bradley's remarks, Jason Devine and Matt Spence will present an update on the demographic profile and the demographic and housing characteristics file demonstration product. The Census Bureau's presentation will be followed by a presentation from NAC Discussant, Taiku Lee, who will share preliminary thoughts on this topic before the committee discussion begins. Then next, we will hear from Rachel Marks and Roberto Ramirez, who will present an update on the detailed demographic and housing characteristics file A, its adaptive design, and proof of concept plans, followed by discussant Carol Hafford and committee discussion. At 11:50 a.m., I will read the 3 public comments received by the deadline listed within the Federal Register notice. Then next, the committee will have a working lunch where they will discuss and formulate recommendations, followed by the presentation of recommendations. And now at this time, please welcome NAC Vice Chair Cherokee Bradley, who will offer opening remarks.
Good morning. Very seldomly will you speak with someone from the South who will get straight to the point. We often like to attach stories within conversations, and being a girl from Arkansas, I won't spare you today. Growing up, my grandmother often said that she preferred her flowers while she was here on earth, for they served no purpose for her when she was gone. What that meant is any opportunity that you had to acknowledge and give thanks, you should take that time to do so. So in my opening today, I will serve the committee and the Census Bureau its flowers. Thank you, Director Harmon, for your leadership. Santos, and with Director Harmon for your leadership. Excited to see that modernization and transformation is in the budget and continue those conversations. Very excited to see the new tools that are coming through from the Bureau and how we might work together on those. Thank you to the Census staff for all your work and making this meeting as seamless as possible. I want to give a special thanks to Antonio Ellis. Never before have I seen someone so dedicated and hardworking. You have managed to graciously rise above any situation we've thrown at you, and we've thrown many. You and your quality of work for us remains unprecedented. Thank you. I would also like to thank the NAC committee members for your service. Special thanks to, and I'm getting a little emotional, thanks to James Tucker. Jim, thank you for caring and supporting for this committee. Thank you for caring and supporting of me. The role you played and all your help has been invaluable. Moving forward, I will be moving into the role of chair, and I would like to introduce Carol Hafford as the new vice chair of the NAC. Carol, I look forward to working with you. Again, thank you all, committee members. As we move forward today, I ask that you, as usual, per usual, keep your comments as succinct as possible, your recommendations as succinct as possible, so we can move through the schedule and be respectful of the time that's on the schedule. I'll turn it back over to Karen at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cherokee. I'm very much looking forward to working with you and Carol in your new roles. All right, well, now let's welcome Jason Devine and Matt Spence, who will present an update on the demographic profile and the demographic and housing characteristics file demonstration product, followed by discussant Taiku Lee, who will offer remarks before the committee discussion.
Test 1, 2.
Oh, was my mic not working? I thought it didn't sound quite right. Yeah, that sounds much better. So I'm Jason Devine. Good morning. Excited to be here with my colleagues. So we started talking with advisory committees about the data products, 2020 census data products, around 2019. A lot of the discussions we've had focused on the implementation of the new disclosure avoidance methodology. And there's a lot of concern from the public about this new methodology. But we released the redistricting product in 2021, protected using that methodology. And over the last year, we've spent the last year working on the disclosure avoidance system that was going to support the demographic and housing characteristics file, which is the product that Matt and I are going to talk about. And later you'll hear from Roberto and Rachel about some other products, the detailed DHC products. So we spent the last year trying to make the data as accurate as possible within the disclosure avoidance constraints. And that's what we're going to talk a little bit about today. I'm going to provide some background information, but the best part about the presentation today is that we're going to share with you some results from what likely will be the final settings for our disclosure avoidance system for the DHC. Next slide, please. So as most of you know, we're legally obligated to protect all of the data under U.S. Code Title 13. However, technology and computing power has advanced to the point where new methods were needed that more strongly protected against disclosure avoidance. We've added a new tool to our toolbox called differential privacy. We're using it for the 2020 census data products to protect against disclosure. With DP, we insert differences in the counts of people and households, making it very difficult to identify people. Data users have been very concerned about how this approach will impact the usefulness of the data, especially at small levels of geography and for small population groups. As I mentioned, we've been working to make the data as useful and as accurate as possible within the disclosure protection constraints. Over this period, over the last year, to help us understand user needs, we've conducted extensive outreach and created demonstration products that showed how the proposed balance between data usefulness and protection, where we are at in different stages of the development of that disclosure avoidance system. Next slide, please. So as we've given these presentations, one of the things we've heard from those we've been talking with is, can you provide kind of a comprehensive overview of how we can access 2020 census data? So you can access the basic counts of people and housing units and the group porters population by race and Hispanic origin from the redistricting file, which was already released. It was released in 2021. You can plan for the availability of more detailed demographic data from the demographic and housing characteristics file, which is planned for release in May of 2023. That's the product Matt and I are focusing on. Or you could plan for the availability of data on detailed race, ethnicity, and American Indian Alaska Native tribe and village populations from the detailed DHCA, which is planned for release in August of 2023, and the detailed DHCB, its release date is to be determined. And as I mentioned, Roberto and Rachel will be talking about those products. Or you could plan for the availability of counts of people within different types of households in the supplemental DHC, again, with the release date to be determined. You could work with us to request a special tabulation from the Census Bureau. This program will begin with the release of the DHC in May of 2023. Or you could work through the Federal Statistical Research Data Center network to obtain access to 2020 census data for research purposes. The process for that is something we're working on, currently working on. Next slide, please. So we've produced two sets of DHC demonstration data in addition to demonstration products that were released to support the redistricting file product. Actually, it's two sets of DHC demonstration products that were released in support of demonstration products, and also we released demonstration products in support of the redistricting file product. With those demonstration products, we provided 30 days to review and comment on each of the DHC demonstration products. And throughout that period, we engaged with stakeholder groups. This engagement included public webinars, engagement at major conferences, tribal listening sessions and consultations, meetings with the Federal State Cooperative for Population Estimates and the state data centers, presentations to the advisory committees, as well as collaboration with a special NAC and CSAC working group. And we'll also produce a final disclosure avoidance system production settings demonstration product with a release date to be determined. Although we plan to start sharing some metrics from our final settings, we'll share some today, and we'll share some as we get closer, as we move towards the release. But at this point, we're going to be going into production of the DHC. I'll talk about that in a few seconds. And barring any issues that are identified with applying the disclosure avoidance method to the actual 2020 data, these demonstration products are based on 2010 data. So barring any issues we identify with using the 2020 data, I think what we're going to share today with metrics and where we're at now with the 2010 demonstration data does represent the final settings for the DHC product, for the disclosure avoidance system. Next slide. This is the timeline we have available on our website, and this lets you see where we are in the process. As you can see, we're very much nearing the end of this process. And you can see the circle that I've outlined there, it moves just a little bit to the right of the Dept decision. So the Dept, our Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee, was the group that was responsible for setting the disclosure avoidance parameters for the disclosure avoidance system that would protect the DHC. They met last week, made a decision on those settings, and now we're moving into production phase of this. So we will be working over the next few months to meet that May 2023 deadline to release the DHC product. You can also see in this timeline, over the course of the last few years, the effort that went into releasing demonstration products, as well as obtaining feedback on those products, and working on the development and tuning of that disclosure avoidance system. Again, to make the data for the DHC as accurate as we could within those disclosure avoidance constraints. Next slide. Just a little bit about the demonstration data products. So with these demonstration products, what we did was we applied the new disclosure avoidance protections to the 2010 census tables. The Census Bureau then produced metrics of the differences from the 2010 census tables. We called these detailed summary metrics. And then we released those demonstration tables and the measures of those differences, the metrics. So the demonstration tables allowed the public to do their own analysis by taking those tables that were protected with the new disclosure avoidance methodology and comparing them to the tables that had already been released of the 2010 census data. So you could see the impact of those tables. So Those differences showed you how the application of disclosure using this new methodology were impacting the accuracy of those tables. Took a little more time to get into the demonstration tables. If you didn't have the ability to do that kind of analysis, you could have used the metrics that we produced and released. Those metrics gave you kind of a broad overview across the different topics available in the DHC of the accuracy of where we're at. As I mentioned, we did 2 demonstration products at different points during the development of this system to protect this product. And then we'll do another set that represents the final production settings. So the idea was the public would analyze these differences between the demonstration data and the 2010 census data. They would assess the impact for their uses of the data, and then provide feedback to us through our 2020-DAS@census.gov email address. Next slide. So with the public feedback through our different engagements, what we asked the public to analyze the differences between the demonstration data and the 2010 census products. And then if that numeric difference that they were seeing, if that remained the same in the 2020 census table, so when we released the 2020 census DHC product, if the differences were the same as what they were seeing in the 2010 demonstration product, would there be specific tables or geographies where the differences would be acceptable? And would there be specific tables or geographies where the differences would not be acceptable? And then to let us know how that would impact your use of the data. And as I showed you in the timeline graph, we've moved sort of out of this demonstration product phase. We concluded the last period for feedback on September 2026, I believe. That was the last demonstration data product for the DHC and the last opportunity to provide feedback before the disclosure avoidance settings for the DHC were finalized and production of the DHC started. Of course, we're always open to the feedback that you may have on these products as we go forward. Next slide. Just a little bit about the feedback we received on the second demonstration product. And I'll mention here that for the first round of feedback, we provided a summary of that feedback as well as the actual feedback we received. That's available through our website. And we're in the process now of summarizing the feedback that we received on the second round demonstration product. So we'll make that available to the public shortly. What it will do is it will provide our summary, what we heard from those providing feedback, and also provide some quotes. We've pulled out selected quotes to make it easier for you to kind of get some of the things or to see some of the things that the public was saying about their analysis of the data. And then we provide the actual comments themselves. And this feedback was discussed prior and provided to the Dept, that group that I mentioned earlier was making the decisions about the final settings for the disclosure avoidance system. So we received 11 comments, with 10 of them providing analysis related to the accuracy of the fitness of use of the demonstration product. Comments came from a cross-section of data users. There was concern about accuracy for age data for small single and 5-year age groups, regardless of level of geography. And there was concern about accuracy of tenure, that's owned or rented, that data when it was crossed by race and Hispanic origin. There was concern expressed about outliers, and there was a request to reduce outliers. And they also mentioned patterns of bias and improbable results that they observed in the demonstration product. However, they did acknowledge improvements in areas where the data at that point had been considered fit for use. And that was the second round demonstration product. So at that point, we had continued to work to make improvements in the disclosure avoidance system. We made improvements, we received the feedback, we continued to make improvements, and sort of final results of that effort to make those improvements within the disclosure avoidance constraints are what Matt's going to show you in a few seconds. Next slide, please. So the final parameters for the disclosure avoidance system to support the DHC have been set by the Census Bureau's Data Executive Stewardship Executive Policy Committee, or DCEP. Many improvements have been made since work on the system started and have been made since the second demonstration product. We've discussed those in previous meetings and other venues. However, several improvements, as I mentioned, were made that were not included in the second round DHC demonstration product. And additional improvements were made based on the feedback on the second DHC demonstration product. And highlights of these improvements will be provided in the results section of this presentation, which is where we're at now, where we're going to next. So next slide, please. All right, Matt.
Hello, everyone. So I'm here to talk about the detailed summary metrics that I think everyone here knows and loves. Well, maybe not as much as me, but These are something that we've been using to look at not only the public demonstration data products that have gone out, but every single experiment we run these detailed summary metrics on in order to get a sense for have things improved, have problem areas cropped up. The top-down algorithm is complex. We not only have to create noisy measurements and then turn those noisy measurements into microdata that are consistent across geographies, consistent across tables. Everything adds up, males plus females equals total, et cetera. But we've also made the policy decision to remain consistent with the PL 94-171 redistricting data. So that sort of ties our hands in particular areas, in particular with age, under 18 and 18 and over, and GQ type. We've also made some other decisions to include things like GQ type consistency, where we won't put people in a particular GQ if a GQ doesn't exist in that area, which makes sense. You don't want college students in a block with no college students, or with no college. So these metrics, primarily that I'm going to talk about today, are about accuracy. We also look at things like bias. Is there a systematic direction that the numbers go in? Are people consistently losing population in this area or one particular race or one particular age group? These bias measures were really important earlier in the process, where we discovered that an earlier version of the top-down algorithm was greatly inflating the number of centenarians. The number of people aged 100 or more was up by tens of thousands on a small base. So that was very noticeable. But the great science team was able to take care of that with some modifications to the query strategy and things like that. So today I wanted to look beyond what we typically focus on for accuracy, which is just averages, mean absolute error and mean absolute percent error. That's MAE and MAPE, or MAPE. So mean absolute error is a measure where, what we do is we compare against the published 2010 data. So we say, okay, let's take our experimental run. Los Angeles County has this many males. And then in the published data, it had that many males. We take the difference and we repeat that for every single county. And we take the absolute value of that difference just to see how far off it is. And then we get the average, the mean. And that's the mean absolute error, or mean absolute difference, really. And that summarizes, well, for a county, for males, how far off is the number after the application of differential privacy. Now, it's not a perfect measurement because we're comparing to the published data, and the published data were swapped. But I can tell you that in general, these are a good estimate of how noisy the data are. So beyond that average, I wanted to look at something that we like to think of, as statisticians. We think of the 95th percentile, right? Everybody can think of like a margin of error. So the 95th percentile absolute error and the 95th percentile absolute percent error are two terms that I'm going to introduce today. And the idea is very similar to the average, except here, let's think about, here we're thinking about tracts. We're thinking about owned with a mortgage. So we take every single tract, all 70,000 tracts, and we say, okay, what was the count of owned with a mortgage, number of housing units owned with a mortgage in the experimental product? And then what was the count in the published product? We find the absolute difference, and then we line them up. So all the ones that are no error, like exactly the same, are over on the left, and the ones with the biggest error, whether positive or negative, are on the right, and we cut it right at the 95th percentile. So 95% of 70,000 is what? 68,000, something like that. So we cut it at that number, and that's the number. And so we can say that 95% of tracts have a mean, or a percent error, I'm sorry, a 95% of tracts have an absolute error of less than 4 units. So here you can see the mean population is 725. The mean absolute error, which is what we've been looking at primarily in the past, is 1.65. The 95th percentile absolute error is 4. So even in some of the worst case scenarios, we're off by a count of 4 units that are owned with a mortgage. Against a mean population of 725, we start to think, okay, that might be acceptable errors even for that 95th percentile case. I'm also showing the absolute percent error and the 95th percentile absolute percent error. It's the exact same idea, except it's relative error now. So again, the 95th percentile absolute percent error, which is a mouthful, but it's 1%. So 95% of tracts have their count of owned with a mortgage off by 1% or less. That's pretty good. So we've sort of said that these numbers, even for the second demonstration data product, which is what we're showing here, are generally acceptable even for that 95th percentile case. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to show you today, previously we've talked a little bit about this 95th percentile. I want to show you these numbers for the most recent experimental run, which we internally call experiment 23.1. We have some other ways of referring to the data, but I don't remember exactly what the run name was called. So we call it 23.1. And those are shown in a slightly blue color. I hope that that's pretty apparent. But in general, the data demonstration data product number 2 is first. Experiment 23.1 is second, and there's a slash in the middle. So what can we see? So, here you can see that in general, we wanted to keep tenure unconstrained, uncrossed by any variable. We wanted to keep that virtually the same, and that's essentially what we see. We do see that the mean absolute error went up a bit. It's now at 2 instead of 1.65, but primarily that's very similar to what we were getting before. The 95th percentile absolute error is now 5 instead of 4. In general, we always check every value to ensure that us putting additional privacy loss budget here or changing the query there doesn't lead to a whack-a-mole type situation where something gets worse and we need to sort of go rush and fix that. Because we're really balancing many things, all at the same time, and we want to make sure that nothing gets out of balance. So in general, this is basically what we were anticipating, that it should be about the same for tenure, because, as Jason mentioned, in our feedback, we heard other variables needed to get better. Other variables needed more attention. So next slide, please. So one of those ones that we heard a bit about, we heard a few comments on, in particular from our internal subject matter experts, was that things like household type, family type, these are characteristics that are really available primarily on the DHC. They were not on the redistricting data file. They're not due to be out until much later for supplemental DHC. So it would be great to get additional accuracy for these. So I'm showing you one of these today. This is coupled household type. So again, the universe is households. These are differences in counts of households. Here we're looking at the county instead of the tract. But in general, you can see that we've gotten slightly better numbers throughout. Instead of 5.83, it's now 4.58. Slightly better accuracy. This was one that we targeted a bit, but not a lot. But you can see that, in general, even though this wasn't one that we put a lot of firepower on, we still can see that the absolute errors, the mean absolute errors, and the 95th percentile absolute errors are still pretty small, even for those smaller groups. So you can see that the same-sex married couple household population, on average, it's about 111 households at the county level. Even the 95th percentile absolute error in the newest experiment is 6. So that's much better than even 9 or worse. What some people thought. So 95% of those cases are gaining or losing 6 households that are same-sex married couple households or less. Next slide, please. One thing that we did hear a lot about was presence and age of owned children. So here we're looking at presence of owned children under 6 years of age, and we're actually looking at a variety of geographies. We've got counties, incorporated places, and then 3 different types of school districts. We heard that this variable is important for planning, school district planning in particular, knowing about other public services. So we wanted to improve that, and you can see that has borne fruit here. So starting with the county line, that's the top line of data, you can see the average population is about 4,700 households with children under 6, own children under 6. And you can see that the mean absolute error went from 26 down to about 7.5, 8 or so. That's a significant improvement for the average absolute error. And you can see the 95th percentile absolute error, 95th AE, that's improved a lot as well. We've gone from 76 down to 19. So now, again, 95% of counties see their population, their number of households with own children under 6 change by fewer than 19 or fewer. Only 5% have a bigger than 19 household change. And you can see even in the, when you're looking at relative error as well, 95% of counties have under 5% error when you're looking at relative measures of error as well. So that's really nice to see that improvement. We've seen improvements in incorporated places as well, but really the primary area that we focused on were school districts, because again, we heard that school district planning was so important. You can see that the mean absolute errors were cut in half or better. The 95th percentile absolute errors were much better. In particular, secondary school districts went from 100 down to 34. So we think that this additional accuracy and showing that even this accuracy is not just for the average case, it's for 95% of cases as well. We hope that that provides a little bit of solace in knowing that the data are more accurate than you might fear. Next slide, please. And one area that we really heard a lot about was tenure by race of householder. So what the science team did was to put additional privacy loss budget on race of householder in particular, not focusing only on tenure, but focusing on householder race, which benefited tenure by race of householder, which was the area of concern, but also benefits all of the other things that get crossed by race of householder, things that we won't see like household type by race of householder. These are, things that sort of had knock-on accuracy effects, but they were not the primary focus. But it was nice because we were able to focus on householder race, get that much more accurate, and we get benefits here. So here we can see, the owner-occupied white alone population, the mean absolute error went from 83 down to 5. I mean, that's a significant improvement in accuracy. This is at the county level, but we see it at other levels as well. And again, looking at the 95th percentile absolute error from 258 down to 14. Now, the mean population for the owner-occupied white alone, group at the county level is about 20,000. So even 258 wasn't terrible, but this is, again, much better. And you can see that the absolute errors for the white alone owner-occupied row are, 0% for the mean absolute percent error and 1% for that 95th percentile. So, in general, that group is extremely accurate. And others as well are accurate. They have higher relative error, but because these are, generally smaller base populations. But if you look at the mean absolute error and the 95th percentile absolute error, and you compare the two, that's really where we're going to see those benefits. We heard a lot that, for example, homeownership rates by race were important metrics for policy, and these data that will be the production settings run essentially are much more accurate, and we can get much better inferences from those data with this. Looking at, for example, the Black or African American alone line, comparing the owner-occupied, the average count is about 1,900, about 2,000. And under the renter-occupied line, it's about 2,500. So these are very close, neck and neck. And if you look at the 95th percentile in the black, the black color, the demonstration data product number 2, it was 157 for owner-occupied, Black or African American alone, and it was 102 for renter-occupied. So you could see that if you got a bad bounce with both, you could end up crossing the two, where it looks like they're more, owner than renter, or you could just end up getting the wrong inference about a particular area. And that was something that we really were concerned about. We want to have noise, but we want the character of the area to remain generally the same. And now with those 95th percentile absolute errors of 11 and 9 respectively, that's much easier to do. It's, even for that 95th percentile case, sort of those worst case scenarios, we're still seeing very accurate data here. Next slide, please. So the benefits weren't only limited to the unit file or things that are based on households. We also heard a lot of feedback on single year of age for minors, for children under the age of 18. This, I'm showing you the county level improvements for individual ages. but the school district, all three school districts also see similar improvements. So just going through, you can see the under 1-year-old, the mean population was about 1,200. The mean absolute error was about 15. Now it's about 5.5. The 95th percentile absolute error was 42. Now it's 14. 3% mean absolute percent error, 13%. So we think that, or I'm sorry, 6% before, 3% now, 25% before, 13% now. We think that these are much more accurate and will allow for school district planning and other purposes, much more readily. We're very happy with those single year of age data improvements. So those conclude my slides, and I think we have a couple of, next slide please, we have a couple of questions for NAC. So our questions are, do you have any final recommendations for the work on disclosure avoidance for the DHC? And do you have any recommendations related to the release of the DHC in May of 2023? And just to say, your recommendations and feedback have been crucial and very critical in this process. We've come a long way from our initial demonstration data product back in 2019, where we were seeing, extraordinary errors. And now to be able to say, even if at the 95th percentile, some of these errors are acceptable, that's great. So thank you.
We'll now hear from Discussant Taeku Lee, followed by committee member discussion. One note, committee members in-house, if you have a question or want to initiate discussion, please place your card on its side. Upon being recognized, please return it to its position. Virtual members, please raise your hand, and I will defer to Jim for you to be recognized to continue discussion. Thank you.
Great. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to offer some comments on the DHC update. And thanks to Jason, Matthew, and Alexandra for the very helpful and insightful and promising presentation this morning. The DHC demographic profile release is so crucial for so many in the user community that we all deeply appreciate the Bureau's efforts to do its due diligence under exceedingly difficult constraints. I should say that my comments have changed since I submitted some slides to Antonio, so I'm just going to go without the presentation. So a lot of my comments center on differential privacy because, frankly, I think we all acknowledge there's still many concerns. We have already spent time yesterday discussing Title 13 and the zero-sum trade-off between accuracy and privacy, especially but not exclusively in cases where geographic units of interest are small or population sizes of groups of interest are small. For the public policy and social science research communities that rely on census data for precise baseline parameter estimates and for raw data analysis, there are additional concerns resulting from the fact that the disclosure avoidance system for 2020 involves more than just introducing random noise. Random noise, if truly random, would include generating completely implausible outcomes like negative population counts and population counts for subgroups that do not sum up to 100% for their larger aggregations. So differential privacy also involves a good bit of post-processing to ensure both precision and plausibility in the reported counts, and this post-processing procedures seem non-trivial. To give an example, there's a 2021 article in the journal Science that found that the Bureau disclosure avoidance system produces systematic biases along racial and partisan lines when the results from demonstration data tables are used for something as important as redistricting. The researchers find that the districts are diverse along districts that are diverse along racial and partisan lines can be systematically undercounted. They also find that differential privacy does not improve confidentiality protections against certain individual level characteristics, such as a person's race. And ultimately, the researchers argue that the principle itself of one person, one vote might be untenable alongside a noise-injected disclosure avoidance system, leaving perhaps something for the courts to decide down the road. I recite these because these are serious concerns. Although, to be clear and fair, the disclosure avoidance system has undergone several rounds of fine-tuning, and my understanding is that the Bureau has made many adjustments to the privacy loss budget and post-processing procedures to try to address these concerns as best as they can. And we have seen just this morning a continuing willingness to conduct experiments to improve accuracy metrics. At the same time, these issues with differential privacy have to be considered, I think, in the context of our current social and political environment in which trust and confidence in government and federal agencies and the data products they produce are at an all-time low. As a result, any and all federal agencies today face a dual challenge of not only getting it right with respect to accuracy and facticity of any data products, but also making those data available and their production transparent in a way that rebuilds trust and confidence in the user community and in the American public at large. Differential privacy, thus, I think, needs to be made, this is something that's been said repeatedly, as comprehensible, plain, and visible as possible for the user community, for stakeholders, and for the general public. On visibility, I just wanted to mention, I found a Differential Privacy 101 document, and I applaud the effort to produce that. But finding that document took some work, and I'm not sure that the average user would find that document as plain and comprehensible as a 101 course would seem to apply. Also, under population and housing characteristics resources, there are some really great tutorial videos, but those two are hard to find. And as of yesterday, I did not see a dedicated tutorial video on differential privacy, and there probably should be one. To that point, while today's presentation with new results on accuracy metrics is very promising, it's also frankly difficult to navigate, and I appreciate, Matthew, your efforts to make it plain, but it's difficult to navigate terms like mean absolute error, mean absolute percentile error, et cetera, when I think for most people what they're really interested in are answers to two plain questions, which are the numbers generated through differential privacy accurate? And if not, what are the consequences for how the numbers will be used? To be clear here, I fully endorse what fellow NAC members have said before. The intentionality and transparency with which the Bureau is rolling out the DHC and effects of differential privacy on what is rolled out are admirable and very much appreciated. The plans to sequentially release DHC demographic data detailed breakdowns by race, ethnicity, tribal affiliation, household characteristics is all very thoughtful and done in consultation with relevant stakeholders. And the release of demonstration data tables has been enormously helpful for the user community to be able to directly assess whether the right trade-offs between privacy and accuracy are being made and whether a reasonable privacy loss budget has been set under many different scenarios in which the data might be used. And finally, the Bureau has been very responsive, as I said before, to concerns raised, both about the accuracy and privacy concerns that remain. So that said, I think it has been a continuing challenge for the user community, stakeholders, and general public to fully grasp the stakes and the precision privacy balance. Why is the process of consultation and comment so difficult? I think my shorthand is because of math, which is a way of saying it's complicated. Disclosure avoidance, top-down algorithm, geometric noise, privacy loss budget, mean absolute error. These not only sound like technical terms, but they are actually technical, legally, statistically, administratively. Despite the Bureau's extensive efforts at publicity, transparency, and consultation, I think it's still the case that many still don't adequately grasp what differential privacy is and how it could seriously impact all the different uses of census data. I just want to give one more example about how I think the maths get in the way. If you think about the gap between our common sense lay understanding of privacy and the statistical definition of privacy that's implied in the Bureau's approach to differential privacy, which according to the statisticians in the science article I referred to earlier is, quote, a probabilistic guarantee that empirical conclusions that a probabilistic guarantee that empirical conclusions are relatively unaffected by the inclusion or exclusion of a particular individual from the data set. So that's a gap between how any of us would understand privacy and how statistical privacy seems to be working here. For the scientific user community, there is the additional challenge of time. It's great that the Bureau makes demonstration data available so that outside experts can assess for themselves the trade-offs and potential costs, but that analysis from outside experts takes time and resources, and meanwhile, there's an urgency for the Bureau to roll out data products from the 2020 decennial in a timely manner. In addition, it's my understanding that the demonstration data do not allow those in the user community with the statistical know-how to do so to separate out the effects of the noise injecting differential privacy top-down algorithm from the effects of post-processing procedures. We know now that there are some potentially serious consequences entailed in the disclosure avoidance system. To continue to fine-tune and determine the right balance between accuracy and confidentiality, both for the 2020 DHC profile release and looking ahead to the release of the PUMS microsample data and the question of whether differential privacy should be applied to the ACS and the 2030 census, it's vital to be able to separate out these effects of noise injection and post-processing procedure on accuracy metrics. Then, and I am starting to wind down, then there's the, I think the elephant in the room among continuing challenges, which is there's still a stubbornly high error rate for some DHC profiles. I think you've shown that for some metrics, this latest 23.1 experiments results seem super promising. But for many who rely on DHC, these errors are still very high in important instances. And you've already seen them, so I don't need to rehearse them. I think, and some of these are still at aggregations that are still larger than what is needed on the user end. And I would say, county level, like any geographic unit, is somewhat arbitrary, since county level covers a range in population size from LA County's 10 million people to any of the more rural of Georgia's 159 counties. And I think the Bureau's response here is we're still doing the best that we can and we're still working on it. But I just want to say that the noise still seems quite high in important instances. Then fully winding down, at the broadest level, I think there is this continuing challenge, which I will just ask as an open-ended question. Is differential privacy a Band-Aid to stop the bleeding for now, or a surgical fix that returns to health the delivery of population data that are both precise and that protect our accuracy? And what I mean by Band-Aid or surgical fix is that the problems that have arisen with the DHS with respect to differential privacy, accurate counts of young children, same-sex couples, racial and ethnic composition, mixed race composition, particularly rural-urban geographies that are dynamic. These are all emblematic of very dynamic areas of population change. Dynamic areas that are not likely to stop changing and changing dramatically into the future. So are there any assurances that this formula of combining injected geometric noise plus post-processing procedures will be future-proof? And I just leave that as an open question. So given these constraints, challenges, and other comments that I've made, I've submitted several recommendations for us as an NAC to consider making to the Bureau, but that's an agenda item for later in the afternoon. So let me just end there by thanking the Bureau for the opportunity to present and discuss this presentation, and also more importantly for the unique honor and privilege of being able to serve on the NAC. Thank you.
We have right at a minute. I am going to recognize Suzanne Thornton here in house. Any hands that I can't see them, any hands that might be raised virtually, I ask that you email me your questions. Email myself and Carol for questions and copy Jim. Suzanne.
Hi, this is Suzanne Thornton. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question here. What does it Are these absolute percent errors that are larger than 100? Is that an artifact of the differential privacy post-processing adjustments, or is there a real interpretation to those?
Good question. So, the percent errors are relative errors. They can really vary when you're looking at small populations. So if you think about, the mean, so I'm just thinking back, I'm not looking at my notes here, but like the mean same-sex married couple household population was like 111 at the county level. That's across the whole nation. That's the mean. That's going to be dragged up by LA County, right? So a lot of places probably have 5 or 2 households that, in 2010, again, 2010, this is 2010 data. It's not perfect. The way that the data were collected in 2010 is not, how it's going to be published in 2020. This is just sort of a proxy measure. This is the best way to think of it. But the point is that you can think of, there are a lot of there are a lot of counties where the count is maybe 2 households, right? And it goes through differential privacy. We add error. It essentially, you think of a distribution of error. Sometimes you get negative, sometimes you get positive, and that 2 maybe now turns into a 4, or maybe that 2 turns into a 5. And so if the 2 turns into a 4 and it goes through post-processing and that 4 remains a 4, great. Then it's from 2 to 4, that's 100% change. Maybe the 2 becomes a 0. That's also 100% change. We had other tricky situations where maybe it was 0. Maybe there was a county that had 0 same-sex married couple households, and now it is 1. What do you do with that? How do you deal with 0 to 1? Well, we didn't know what, we used a method that I guess is borrowed from economics, where you count that as basically 200% change. So 0 to anything is 200% change. So that's where you can see those big percent changes. And there was one slide, I think it was tenure by race, that had like 1,200% change. Those are going to be a lot of counties that just had very few. I think it was owner-occupied Black or African American alone households. There's just some counties that have probably 0, and they change to 1, or they have 1 and they change to 10, and it's just that's just the way it was going. And so that's why, again, we saw that, we said that's not okay, that's not acceptable, and the science team was able to give us additional privacy loss budget for that.
We do have the opportunity for at least 2 more questions. Do we have any members from the NAC virtually who would like to ask a question? Hearing none, the floor recognizes Arlott Sherman.
Hello, I do have a question.
I hear someone online. I'll ask first. 2 things. One, I applaud all the work on the improvements. One question is, how does someone who's studying, say, racial segregation over the decades know what really happened? And it's a practical question. I mean, would it be, if you really needed a definitive answer, would there be a process to submit a request to get the Bureau to run a limited kind of analysis with the real underlying data for multiple decades? That's one question. And then the other is, how much more accuracy could we get, less error, if all users could somehow agree on pruning some of the most local tables? Is there a real possibility of getting much more accurate data if we got rid of some things that people don't use at the very most local level, but really badly need at a slightly higher level geographically?
Thank you for that question. Start with the first question. So we're approaching that on a few different ways. One way is we're continuing our effort to provide materials to help people understand the differences that have been infused into the data at different levels of geography for different variables, so they can understand at what level of geography their analysis may be impacted. So kind of an example would be, we've been communicated a lot about how at the lower levels, at the block level, we've infused quite a bit of noise, and we've said to use those data with caution unless you're aggregating those blocks. So we're looking to find different ways we can communicate the level of noise across different variables. The final production settings demonstration product will be one way to do that. But we're also, I mentioned earlier, through the FSRDC and other ways, looking for a way we can establish a process where if somebody wanted to do research or analysis of the data, they could go through that process and then apply disclosure protections at the end after they obtain their result from their research question. The second part of your question was if everybody got together and figured out where you could have less accurate data or not produce some tables at all, could you obtain more accuracy? I'm not really sure what the limits of that would be. That was kind of the process we went through over the last year working with the DHC and something they're working with now on the detailed DHC products. But as I mentioned earlier, though, I think one of the big trade-offs that we made was having less accuracy at the block level to be able to have more accuracy at higher levels of geography. So it's not just across variables, but also can be across where you focus your accuracy with different levels of geography as well. And we also focus, as Matt said, we focus on improving accuracy for school districts, something we hadn't initially set out to do. So we put additional attention there. As you know, if you've been following the discussion about using differential privacy, it's like it all sort of comes together to make this overall privacy law. So I think you're right. I think there's still a lot of work that can be done along those lines. And that's, we kind of reached the point where we wanted to be able to produce our product and get it out the door. A lot of the improvements we made were not from adding additional privacy loss budget. They were from improving the system that's applying that disclosure methodology. So I'm sure there are still improvements to be made. Thank you.
We'll take one more question. The floor recognizes Brisa Sanchez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentations today. It's wonderful to see improvements in these errors that we see. I have a clarification question, and then if depending on whether I understood correctly, then maybe a follow-up question. The clarification question is, I had not caught on previously in the presentations that you have provided for us that the comparisons that you're showing us are the estimate from when applying the new differential privacy algorithm to the data produced with swapping, which is a different way to protect the data. If that is correct, that's the comparison that you're showing us, what can you help me understand why is the comparison not being made to the true data, which would give us an even more accurate estimate of what the true errors are in comparison to the truth?
That's a great question. Yes. So the way that it works is we have the 2010 SEP, which is unswapped private data that went through a swapping process to produce the published tables, and then we took that same SEP and we used differential privacy to create these demonstration data products and demonstration data tables. So the same unswapped data went in two different branches. And yes, we do compare the differentially private tables, tabulations, to the swapped published tables. The reason we did that was twofold. One, we didn't want to have to go to DCEP and ask for new approvals every time we wanted to release new metrics, every time we wanted to pass metrics back and forth. If we were comparing to the unswapped private data, we would have had to do that. That would have just been another roadblock. We anticipated correctly, I think, that we were going to have a lot of these public data, demonstration data products, and we wanted to be able to put out the metrics as sort of a quick way to do that. So comparing against the swapped was the best way to do it. It also meant that people could sort of double check our work. They could see very clearly, so IPMs did a lot of work to put out side by side, here's what the published number was, here's what the differentially private number was, or given geography in a given table. People were able to sort of double check our work by doing that. We do internally have, not on this laptop, but, on our servers, we have comparisons to the private data. And yes, the fact that certain characteristics, the errors look much better, and certain characteristics, the errors don't look much better, but in general, they are better. That would also leak information about the swapping mechanism for 2010. So that was also just another consideration that we decided not to do that. But we do have that internally. We have been using that to inform our discussions, and we definitely look at that for internally. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that for aggregated tables, like, you know, I like the ones you showed today, it could be extremely useful in clarifying that swapping also produces errors, and that and that both of these two methods produce potentially similar levels of error, right? Or are the tables that you showed us concluding that differential privacy errors are even greater than swapping errors? Because now there's a third variable here that yeah, a third comparison.
I wouldn't say, I think for certain characteristics at certain geographies, swapping error is really noticeable. And, we've done internal experiments to say, what if we increased swapping to say, to give similar levels of privacy protection, or even, better levels of privacy protection than we did in 2010. And the errors were just astronomical. So yes, a swapping error does absolutely enter into that. We can decide as we're communicating about, to Professor Lee's point, as we're communicating about the reliability of the data, perhaps that's something we could look into, is to sort of compare, hey, this level of swapping, or I'm sorry, this level of disclosure avoidance protection in 2020 is similar to the amount of swapping that you had in 2010. The errors introduced. So that could be one sort of data point, yardstick that people could use to sort of see whether the data are reliable or not. I think that's a great suggestion, because, we were thinking, like, what else could we use as yardsticks? We could use like ACS margins of error. Is it bigger than the ACS margin of error or not for sampling error? Is it bigger than, non-sampling error that we talk about, like coverage error for the 2020 or 2010 census? Those are all, again, yardsticks that we can use to sort of communicate to people, yeah, this is slightly worse error, this is much worse error, or this is much better error than what you might be used to. So
Thank you.
I think that's great. Thanks.
Any additional questions, please email those to, again, myself, Carol, copy Jim. I'm going to turn it back over to Karen for our next presentation.
I just wanted to, if I could, I would just wanted to add a little bit more to what Jason and Matt said regarding answering the questions. So your earlier question about how would you look at things over the time, researchers could go to an FSRDC and work with the 2010, 2000, 2020 CEF directly. So that's one thing. But just generally, your questions are really good around how do we really understand the accuracy in these data. And I just wanted to share that we have just put together a research team within the Bureau that's going to be looking directly at that question. I think one thing to think about is that this differentially private data presents us with a new data type that we need to really understand. How do we use these data in ways to build our estimates, the typical things that we do, and be able to accurately characterize the biases and variances with that, as well as are there additional pieces of information that we could be pushing out to help users do that properly. And so that's what this team will be doing, and we'll be able to report back out to you on that. As well as the questions of, if I didn't release certain tables, could I have redistributed the privacy loss budget to get more accuracy in other areas? Those are the kinds of questions that we'll be exploring together. Thank you very much to Matt and Jason and Taiku. Thank you, Sally, for your comments. All right, now we are ready to move on to our next presentation, but I just want to let our presenters know that we will have to pause at 11:50 for the public comment session. All right, well, next we will hear from Rachel Marks and Roberto Ramirez, who will present the update on the detailed demographic and housing characteristics file A and its adaptive design and proof of concept plans, followed by discussant Carol Hafford, who will present her thoughts before the committee discussion begins. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Really excited to be here today with you. It's been a long time since I've seen a few folks face to face, and it's really refreshing to have those face-to-face conversations. So I'm Roberto Ramirez. I work in Population Division. I'm the Assistant Division Chief of Special Population Statistics, and I'm here with my colleague, Rachel Marks, who is the Chief of the Racial Statistics Branch. So I know this is kind of a little bit tough topics. It's, differential privacy is also tough for us too, but we have learned a lot over the last year or two. And today we're actually very excited to talk to you about an upcoming product that the most are clamoring about, actually. People want to know their specific tribe counts, their specific village counts, and actually not just their counts, but all ethnicities and nationalities in the country. So this is the data product that is coming, that all this information is going to be contained, okay? So without further ado, let's get started. So today we'll be providing an update about the Census Bureau's work to develop the 2020 Census Detailed Demographic and Housing Characteristics File A, or the Detailed DAC-A. Please forgive us for all these lexicons and complicated terms. Let's just call it Product A. And so what you can expect over the next couple of months. Next slide, please. So, before we begin getting into the detailed DAC-A or Product A, I want to first discuss the differences between the disclosure avoidance algorithms that are used to produce the redistricting file, the DHC that's coming out in May, and the demographic profile. And those that are used to produce the detailed DHC-A, the product that Rachel and I are going to talk to you about today. The redistricting data, the demographic profile, and the DHC use the top-down algorithm developed by the Census Bureau. The detailed DHC-A, however, uses a different algorithm, which was developed by Tumult Labs. There is a microdata requirement for the redistricting data, demographic profile, and the DHC. When reviewing the microdata, each row represents an individual person or housing unit. These represent the characteristics associated with each person or housing unit. This is likely how most of you work with data. This is not a microdata, there is not a microdata requirement for the detailed DAC-A, however. Instead, the disclosure avoidance system output tabulates tabulated data, if you will, as an aggregate. And each row represents a specific geography, for example. So the number, let's say, Jamaicans in New York State, for example. So for example, County X has these characteristics, and you cannot see the individual person or housing unit in the output. The redistricting data, the demographic profile, and the DHC then undergo post-processing. This ensures certain consistencies, if you will. For example, lines in a table will add up to the total. DAS produces counts for the lowest level geography and aggregates counts to the higher level geographies, so all states will add up to the national count, for example. When aggregating data, it generally gets more accurate. For example, the Census Bureau recommends data users to aggregate block level data to get more accurate data. The redistricting data is used as input when processing the demographic profile and DHC, so all data products are consistent. There are no post-processing requirements for the detailed DAC-A. DAS produces counts for each proposed level geography, and states will not add up to the national count. Detailed groups will not add to their corresponding original group. For example, if a data user adds up all detailed MENA groups, they will get a different count than the published count for the MENA original group. I know this sounds a little complicated, and we'll kind of walk you through this as we move forward. We got a couple of slides down in the presentation. I know it sounds more ominous than it is, but this is very directly result of the infusion of the noise, but it's accurate at the certain level of geography that you're looking for. So for example, if you want to know how many people of MENA background are in Texas, you don't add up all the counties in Texas to get the total Texas count. You just go straight to the state level of Texas and get that MENA count. Okay, so that's how it's going to work. So we'll talk a little bit about a proof of concept that we plan to release and walk you through that. So there'll be an opportunity to provide feedback and understand exactly the nature of the product. The detailed DHCA will not be consistent with redistricting data, demographic profile, or the DHC. Although these inconsistencies can seem illogical, they do help preserve random noise and unbiased estimates in the product. What is great about the methodology used for the detailed DHCA, however, is that we can set margins of error, and these margins of error are set with a 95% confidence interval. We can set the margins of error ahead of time. So, for example, we want it to be plus or minus 2 or 3 or 10 from the total. We can communicate these exact margins of error to the public, which is why we're proposing a proof of concept product rather than a demonstration data that was provided to DHC that Matt and Jason just discussed with you. The data users do not need to dig through the data to evaluate it, as the margins of error is already set in advance. So now I will turn over to Rachel to discuss a little bit more further the DHCA.
Thanks, Roberto. Good morning, everybody. Next slide, please. Okay. The detailed DHCA will provide population counts and sex by age statistics for approximately 370 detailed racial and ethnic groups and 1,200 American Indian and Alaska Native tribes and villages. Population counts for detailed racial and ethnic population groups like German, Lebanese, Jamaican, Chinese, Native Hawaiian, and Mexican, and detailed American Indian and Alaska Native tribal and village population groups like the Navajo Nation will be available in this product. We're also planning to provide statistics on sex by age for selected age categories for detailed racial and ethnic population groups and American Indian and Alaska Native tribes and villages that meet certain population thresholds. This product will implement an adaptive design that will allow us to provide more detailed statistics for racial and ethnic groups with larger populations, while at the same time ensuring sufficient confidentiality protections. And we'll talk a little bit more about how this adaptive design works in just a few minutes. Data included in this product are currently proposed to be released for the nation, states, counties, and American Indian and Alaska Native and Native Hawaiian homeland areas. And based on feedback that we've heard from the public, we're also exploring the feasibility of adding places and tracks to this product. We've listened to feedback from data users, and we're prioritizing the release of population counts and sex and age statistics for detailed racial and ethnic groups over some of our other 2020 census data products, like the detailed DHCB and a supplemental DHC. We plan to release this product in August of 2023. Next slide. We're proposing to produce the detailed DHCA using an adaptive design. And the use of an adaptive design allows us to produce more detailed data for larger population groups and less data for smaller population groups. The methodology allows us to allocate the privacy loss budget efficiently to provide accurate statistics while protecting respondents' confidentiality. At the national level, population counts are planned to be produced for all racial and ethnic groups and American Indian and Alaska Native tribes and villages, regardless of their population size. And at lower levels of geography, population thresholds will be implemented to determine which population groups are eligible to receive population counts. And for all geographic levels, the algorithm will then adaptively choose the amount of sex and age statistics that are released. Next slide. The amount of sex and age data a population group receives will be based on a combination of population thresholds and the level of geography. If a group meets a population threshold to receive age and sex data, they'll receive one of 3 possible tables: a table with 4 age categories, a table with 9 age categories, or a table with 23 age categories. And this approach allows us to produce more data for populations based on their size within a specific geographic area. Next slide. For some predetermined population groups, SafeTab P, which is the algorithm we use to produce these data, will not use adaptivity. And based on the data from the 2010 census, we know that some groups will be too small to receive the sex by age data. Detailed groups with a population smaller than 50 in the 2010 census are preset to receive total population only in the 2020 detailed DHCA. And this is determined in advance, and it allows us to spend more privacy loss budget to produce the total population count for these small population groups. And for these groups, a differentially private total population count will always be calculated but no sex and age statistics will be available. Next slide. For all other population groups, that is groups that had a population greater than 50 in the 2010 census, and groups that we did not collect data for in the 2010 census, these groups are all eligible to go through the adapted design. And this use of the adapted design allows us to produce more detailed data for these larger population groups. So first, the differentially private 2020 population count is calculated and is compared to our predetermined population thresholds for the sex and age tables. The population thresholds are used to determine which of the 3 sex and age tables the group meets the population for, or if the group only meets the population threshold for a total population count. For the rest of the population groups, we then use adaptivity. And first, the algorithm, SafeTab-P, will calculate a differentially private total population count for each population group using just a small portion of the privacy loss budget. Next, SafeTab-P determines if the population group meets the threshold to produce total population count only, a sex by age table with 4 categories, a sex by age table with 9 categories, or a sex by age table with 23 categories. And then finally, SafeTab-P uses the remainder of the privacy loss budget to calculate the sex by age data when applicable. And this process is repeated for each geographic level. Next slide. So let's look at an example of how this might actually work in practice for a specific detailed race group. This is all just an example of data. So we'll use Japanese alone as our example, which we know is one of the largest detailed Asian groups. So since Japanese alone population is one of the largest detailed Asian groups, we know that it would not be preset to receive total population count only, so it would be eligible for adaptivity. So first, SafeTab-P would calculate the total Japanese alone population, and will compare it to our predetermined population thresholds to determine which sex and age table should be tabulated, or if it should only get a total population count only. For the nation, we can expect that the full sex and age table with 23 categories would be tabulated for the Japanese alone population because of its large size. SafeTab-P will then calculate the differentially private Japanese total population for each state and compare the populations to the predetermined population thresholds to determine which sex and age table should be tabulated, or if it should get a total population count only for each state. So some states like California and Washington, which have larger Japanese populations, they would receive the full sex and age table with 23 categories in addition to a total population count. States like Pennsylvania and Virginia that have smaller populations would receive the sex and age table with 9 categories in addition to a total population count. And states with even smaller Japanese populations like Delaware and Wisconsin, they would receive the sex and age table with 4 categories and a total population count. And some states that have very small Japanese populations like North Dakota or Puerto Rico, they would only receive the total population count for the Japanese alone population and no sex and age statistics for this population. Only the most detailed sex and age table that a group qualifies for would be produced. Next slide. This image gives us an additional way to understand how the most detailed data provided for a specific population group can vary based on the level of geography. The algorithm calculates the total population and it compares it to our predetermined population thresholds, as I mentioned, to determine which sex and age tables groups should be tabulated for, or if they should get a total population count only. And this is done at each level of geography. So on the left side of this image are hypothetical examples of levels of geography, including nations, states, counties, places, tracts, and American Indian and Alaska Native and Native Hawaiian areas. They're listed as AI, AN, NH areas. Across the top of the image are hypothetical population groups, including columns for detail groups, groups like Japanese, Mexican, or Navajo Nation, and columns for regional groups, like Middle Eastern and North African, South Asian, or Caribbean. So for example, looking at the second column for detail group 1, we see that the most detailed table provided for the nation is a 23 category sex and age table, which is shown in red. And states 1 through 3 and state 5 also met the population threshold for this table, but state 4 in yellow met the population threshold for the 9 category age and sex table. As you look toward the bottom of the table, you'll see tracts. And tracts 1, 4, and 5 met the threshold for the 4 category sex and age table, shown in green. and tracks 2 and 3 met the pop threshold for the 9 category table. For the
Pardon me,
American
Rachel.
Yeah.
Sorry, it
Yes.
is 11:50. So we need to pause for public comment. Just a second here, bear with me. Okay. All right. So during this meeting, we accept public comments via written submission. Instructions to submit written comments are listed within the Federal Register notice, the NAC website, and have been included in the meeting agenda. So we have 3 public comments that were submitted by yesterday's deadline. And the first public comment is from Lin Ying He, the Associate Director of Research with the Asian American Federation. We are happy to see how the new data.census.gov portal has greatly increased the accessibility of data for geographies across the United States. However, accessing and using data by race and ethnicity is still difficult in many cases. As an organization that works for promoting the well-being of AAPI communities, we think it is essential that data.census.gov provide data for geographies that can also be extended to race, ethnicity, detailed origin data. For example, when we search for Asian poverty in Queens County, New York, the first table is B17001D, which contains the data on the poverty status for the Asian population in Queens, but requires additional calculations to be done by the user before arriving at the poverty rate. In addition, there is no indication to the user of the existence of the S0201 selected population profile in the United States tables that contain the calculated poverty rate for Asians in Queens County. Similarly, another improvement to data.census.gov is the implementation of geographic profiles with visual elements. For example, if we search Queens County, New York, the search results include a profile of Queens County that includes statistics on demographic change, income and poverty, family and living arrangements, all kinds of statistics. Spanning sources such as the Decennial Census, the American Community Survey, and the Economic Survey's business patterns. Leveraging this functionality to create race, ethnicity, detailed, origin-based profiles would greatly improve our community's ability to understand the needs of the groups they serve. The second public comment is from Mitchell Yangson, the director for the Asian American Pacific Islander Civic Engagement Collaborative. My division is part of a nonprofit statewide organization called New Virginia Majority. One of the purposes of our organization is to conduct voter outreach to the eligible Asian American Pacific Islander population here in Virginia, so that they can vote in statewide and local elections, which happens every year. This requires us to look at not only where the eligible AAPI voting population is located, even down to the census tract level, but also the language proficiency of specific AAPI groups. I used to be able to find this information easily with the American Fact Finder interface, but the updated census website interface makes it difficult for me to find it. I could not even find 2020 census data related to the AAPI voting population in the various Virginia counties. I have since decreased my usage of the website throughout the recent years. For example, if I type in Chinese Loudoun County in the upper right main search bar from the www.census.gov, I get 0 search results, and the right side of the page only shows stats for the total population of Loudoun County, Virginia. The Census Bureau needs to invest more resources in improving the accessibility of race, ethnicity, and detailed origin data on data.census.gov. In addition, the AAPI population disaggregated data needs to be more accessible. The last public comment that I will read comes from Adeline Wilcox. In this comment, I file a complaint. Earlier this week, Director Robert Santos was a keynote speaker on the first day of the 2022 Federal Committee on Statistical Methodology Research and Policy Conference. Allowed to run over his time, Director Santos did not take questions from the audience. Director Santos appeared to dodge questions. So I invite everyone to view our website to see other public comments that were submitted. So that ends our public comment session. So please take it away, Rachel.
Thanks, Karen. Sean, if we can go back, thank you. All right, so just to kind of recap here on this slide, this is showing how the adaptive design might work and how the levels of geography and the amount of data you might get might vary based on level of geography. So in this first column, what you can see in the different colors is in the sex by age data with 23 categories in red. That's available for some states, and that again is based on the combination of the geographic level and this, in this example, it's labeled as detailed group 1. So going down to the AINH areas 1 and 2, you see that they are only getting data for the total pop count only, which means that they did, for that detail group 1, the population threshold wasn't met there. So when you look at the table as a whole, you can really see that the amount of data available for a particular group varies, and that is again because the pop thresholds are based upon that particular group in combination with that level of data. So we're able to provide data where those groups exist. So we are continuing to test this adaptive design, including the implementation of these population thresholds, and we do plan to provide more information about this in our upcoming proof of concept product, which Roberto is going to talk about now.
Thanks, Rachel. So in January of 2023, which is a couple of months from now, we plan to produce a prototype demonstration data product, which we're calling the proof of concept, using 2010 census data. The proof of concept will not look like the demonstration data files that you're familiar with, like from the redistricting file in the DHC. Instead, we plan to provide parameters such as population thresholds, levels of geography, as we're talking here in the previous slide, the margins of error, that data users could expect to see in the 2020 census data. We'll be seeking feedback from the public and engaging with data users, tribal leaders, stakeholders such as yourselves, and partners on our proof of concept. And data users will have 30 days to review the proof of concept and provide feedback to the Census Bureau directly. Next slide, please. So this fall, we continue our development and testing of disclosure avoidance methodology. We will be engaging with stakeholders throughout the rest of the year and discuss plans for the detailed DACA release and proof of concept. In October, in fact, we were just in Alaska last month at the Alaska Federation of Natives annual meeting with several colleagues here with me here. And next week, several of us will be at the National Congress of American Indians annual meeting in Sacramento, California. And we will continue to engage with external stakeholders, data users, and partners as our plans develop. In January 23, we are planning to release a proof of concept product. As I mentioned, we'll provide a 30-day comment period, just to reemphasize that. And throughout the winter of 2023, we'll be determining the final parameter settings and privacy loss budget as we begin to move into fall production and begin reviewing the data for quality assurance purposes. And in August 23, we plan to release the detailed DACA to the American public. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our last slide, and we have a couple of questions for you. So what would be helpful to effectively describe the adaptive design on the detailed DACA? How can we effectively communicate the accuracy of the differentially private data produced in the detailed DACA? And finally, do you have suggestions of how to effectively engage with data users, stakeholders, tribal leaders, partners, and the public during the proof of concept feedback period? Thank you very much.
We will now have a discussant, Carol Halford, followed by committee questions and discussion.
Thank you very much. I do want to say that I appreciate that we're all able to meet here together. It's been 2 years, I think. 3 years. And before I begin, I do want to acknowledge and thank Jim Tucker for his leadership of the NAC over the past 3 years, and to thank him for both his collegiality, his lawyerly guidance, and also to welcome Cherokee Bradley as the chair. If we could go to the next slide, please. So these are the questions that Rachel Marks and Roberto Ramirez just posed. And I do want to say at the outset that I do appreciate the strength-based framing of these questions. It implies that you're open to listening and learning from both the NAC and the broader community. And before I go into the specific suggestions, I do want to say that in preparing data and dissemination products, it entails an obligation to reach multiple audiences, to communicate in plain terms, both in words and images, to be sensitive to shades of meaning, and to create accessible, accurate, usable products that build on actionable knowledge and inform public policy. And as a researcher and as a NAC member, this is the perspective that I'm taking in addressing your questions. Next slide, please. So the first thing that would be helpful is to really clarify the use of the term adaptive design. It's a concept that has different meanings depending on your community of practice. In survey research, it means engaging subgroups from whom you want to obtain a more robust response. In clinical trials, which is the model that you see there in the upper right, it refers to a more adaptive approach to a study protocol in that as you're analyzing data, you're incorporating slight changes into the design and using it to retest aspects of the protocol. In the disabilities community, it can mean building spaces to accommodate people and to use human-centered design. So I think it's important to really clarify what you mean, because people will understand it in different ways. And in common sense terms, does it mean a customized approach? Does it mean adaptive tabulations, as you've explained, that it will differ in terms of population thresholds and levels of geography? The second point is to really help the user community envision and understand. This is, I think, a theme that has come up time and again in the committee's remarks, that people not only need to understand the words, but they need to see the images as well. They need to be able to envision it. And that pertains to the trade-offs between the privacy protections and accuracy. And then it also relates to the interplay of the population thresholds and the geography, which you showed on your 4 or 5 column table just a few moments ago, and what the implications are for then obtaining age and sex data, whether it's by 4 tables, 9 tables, or 23 tables. Then another consideration is to be clear about the inclusion and exclusion criteria for these data tabulations, and to anticipate that people will be understanding them in raising equity-related concerns. Fundamentally, it's more for more, less for less, and I think that if it's reduced to that kind of framing, then people will really have a hard time being able to see themselves in these data and understanding how it's useful for their community or for their particular community-oriented purpose. And then communicate in plain and visual language. There's a broad community of data users, there's tribal leaders, there's community-based organizations that will be using these data. I think of Head Start programs that are applying for a grant application. Community partners, the general public. Understand that people hear and learn things differently, and that you need to broaden the way in which you can convey this information to them. Next slide, please. And then your next question was about effectively communicating the accuracy of the differentially private data produced in Product A, the detailed DHCA. And again, it's continuing to embrace transparency, and there's been a great effort on the Bureau's part to do that. But that also means explaining statistical concepts to the user community along a continuum of plain to technical language. Taiku Lee referenced this in his presentation earlier, that people have different understandings and everyone is not a data scientist. And people need to understand how it affects them. And I think the public comment, from, someone in Queens who's trying to understand what their community looks like graphically and data-wise, to take their concerns into consideration. And be accurate about and clear about the accuracy loss. And I think the earlier presentation about how the mean average error has been reduced through various iterations of the data manipulation. Just be clear about the efforts to continually refine that, and so that in protecting privacy that you're constantly moving towards more accurate data. And then address the limitations of the final data product. I'm not talking about the prototype that will be released in January 2023, but the final data product based on the 2020 data will have to take into account the differential undercount of Black, Hispanic, American Indian, Alaska Native, Asian Pacific Islander populations, and the undercount of young children. So prepare people for that. Let them know that what will be missing in the data, address those limitations. I think as one of the NAC members referred to it yesterday in our discussion, address the known unknowns and let people understand them. Next slide, please. I should have made a red circle in the center of this slide, but this was taken from yours. But we're right there in the center at the end of 2022 and at the beginning of 2023. And 30 days isn't a long time to provide comments, to provide feedback, even in the most optimal product development cycle. So how can the Bureau best use the time ahead? Next slide, please. So in a sense, it's keep doing what you're doing, do a little bit more. So continue conducting outreach in the 2 to 3 months ahead and in advance of the 2023 proof of concept release date. And looking to, at the comment at the bottom there, reach out to those that haven't responded to the Federal Register notice. Hearing that there were only 11 comments from the previous one on the detailed demographic and housing characteristics files, is there 11 out of how many thousands of people that could have contributed and who have meaningful perspectives and analyses to share? So anticipate who you want to hear from and reach out to them. And in the interim, during that proof of concept period, if it's possible to conduct some listening and some focus groups, and then to really amplify the message so that it's heard through social, print, online, audio media. There's differential access to media by population groups, by geographies. So ensure people get the word that you want to hear from them. And then continue that proactive communication through the Bureau's website. But as we've heard, and I think as members of the NAC have also experienced, it's hard to find things. Make it easier for people to get to those products that you want them to examine. And then continue to engage and view engagement through an equity lens. So understanding that there will be impacts on historically undercounted populations, and reach out to them so that you do hear their concerns and that they know that you're reaching out to them. So to sum up, there's some recurring themes in the communications approach that the NAC has conveyed over the past few years, but it's continued to be transparent, to apply the principles of community engaged research to your work with communities, to your approach to helping people understand data, foster understanding of the science behind the data products, and through simple things like the Minute Physics, YouTube video that was done a few years back. Do more of that, provide tutorials for people and videos so that they can really engage and absorb the meaning of these products and their utility. And then continue to engage and listen to the user community. It's a broad community. It's being done, Sacramento last week, Anchorage, or vice versa next week. But just continue to engage and be informed. And I think that will help refine the data products that are released. And I think it's also an important exercise in the way that data science and civics engagement can converge. So next slide. This takes the photo from the Census Bureau's 2020 Integrated Communications Plan. I think it's a good reminder of the various people that comprise the user community. So I'm going to open it up now to other members of the NAC for discussion. Thank you.
If I may just say, thank you very much for that feedback. In fact, you already improved the proof of concept already. So thank you. Appreciate your comments.
So I don't see any cards up here in the room. Do we have any? Oh, I'm sorry, Dana. There is one card. The floor recognizes Dana Waters.
Is this okay? Yes, sorry, I just raised it. I just want to echo the comments that have been made for both presentations today and yesterday regarding data fluency. And I think, as the public comments suggest, even individuals working at a fairly high level in, for example, civil rights organization or public service agency, we can overestimate their level of fluency as having taken a graduate course in statistics 10 or 15 years ago. They need to be able to understand the data that they need to use in order to serve the public. And I really think that if we only look at people who do this professionally for advice on how to best serve the public with information, then we're going to all assume a higher level of understanding than is reasonable. I really appreciate you seeking comment, but I did want to emphasize that as a person who has not taken a graduate level course in statistics in 10 years.
So thank you for your comment. Truthfully, it's a challenge for us too, actually. These are really unique products that we're developing. We do have a team behind, thinking about the ideas, how can we effectively communicate what these products contain, the feedback that we're collecting, try to improve the products. So yes, that's a really good point. And we actually have, believe it or not, improved our presentations over the last few months to make it a little bit more layperson, if you will. But yes, we definitely have more room to improve. So thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Or recognizes Suzanne Thornton.
Hi there. Just a clarifying question to make sure I understand your presentation. I really appreciate the way you used flow charts to help address the sort of algorithmic updating kind of procedure that you're using here. I am curious, so I couldn't tell, I might have missed something, but I couldn't tell at the end result when you're presenting the total population and possibly different levels of categories tables, those are regardless, those are always for data that has been adjusted by the differential privacy measure, correct? That's never the raw data?
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's the outcome of when it runs through the differentially private algorithm. That is the data that that group qualified for. Thanks.
There was another card up. Did Okay. So we'll take one more. The floor recognizes John Sandoval.
Thank you. I had a question. Who is Tumult Labs and why are they doing the algorithm instead of the census board?
So we've been working with Tumult Labs. They are a contractor that we've been working with. I don't know if John wants to say more about who and why. I don't know the why behind them, but they are basically the equivalent of the Census Bureau's data science team for the redistricting file and the demographic and housing characteristics file. They are equivalent of that for the detailed DHCA. So we have a great working relationship, and so they do the behind the scenes science part of this, and we serve as the subject matter experts of that.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to emphasize that I want to make it clear that we worked very closely with this team. In fact, we meet weekly. We meet with them all the time. I don't want to make it sound like they're kind of like in the lab somewhere. We don't know what they're doing, and then they come. It's a collaborative effort that we work together, learning differential privacy, learning this math, this algorithms, but we work together. Perhaps there's others that may talk a little bit more about the why, but that particular Tumult Labs, but just want to emphasize that we work together as a team to improve, to infuse the, differential privacy into the data and to produce the most accurate data that we can.
Okay. I want to I want to cut off the discussion here. Any additional questions, please email those and turn it back over to Karen.
Okay, thank you very much, presenters. Thank you, discussant. Well, now actually we're moving into the working lunch for the NAC. And so the committee will now discuss amongst themselves and continue formulating recommendations.
Hi, Karen. This is Jim. I just want to make sure I can go ahead and share my screen for the recommendations.
Just to let everyone know, we will reconvene at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Actually, it's
please, we'll discuss those at the end. What we're going to do is review those that we currently have that have made some edits to, and if you have any additional comment, I'm going to turn it over to Jim just to provide some background of where we are, and then I'll pick up from there and we'll go through those. Jim?
Thanks, Cherokee. And we're going to start these a little bit out of turn because Karthik has a very limited window, and he had sent over some recommendations for his presentation yesterday. The one thing that you'll see overall is that the recommendations have been reorganized by topic, and that'll become a little clearer once we actually go back to the very beginning. The only other thing I would just say, just to follow up on what Cherokee had said, just cognizant of the fact that we have 85 minutes to get through 28 recommendations, some with many, many subparts. What I would ask is that if we've already discussed one of the recommendations yesterday, then try not to revisit it unless there's a tweak or a minor edit you want to make. That's okay. But we want to make sure that we're respectful of the recommendations that were developed since we had our discussion yesterday, just so that we can get through all of these. And with that, I'm going to basically just ask Karthik if you could unmute and just quickly describe what you've done. I know it's a rather lengthy recommendation, but it looks like you've done it in subparts. So I'm going to turn it to you. If you're on, Karthik.
Hey, Jim. Yep, I just got on.
Okay, fantastic. Great timing.
So, so what I did is had it as one. I saw two different formats, Jim. I saw one that had an item and a bunch of sub recommendations. So, given the presentation yesterday, I thought I would structure it in that way. And so it begins with an acknowledgement and appreciation for the presentation of those tools, and also to point to other advancements that the Bureau has made with data.census.gov. And then it goes into a set of recommendations, as you'll see, which builds off of what Undersecretary Kolko had talked about in terms of industry standards and having greater, interface with the latest standards in industry in terms of user interface and user experience, but also to, as Teku Lee had mentioned, expand the set of people they consult with, when it comes to user consultation. There's some very specific recommendations on improvements in user interface and user experience that you'll see in the recommendations. Should I read through each one of these, Jim?
I think just in the interest of time, what we should probably do is I'll pull them up one by one and we can just pause just to see if members have any questions or have any suggested edits. And then, of course, since you're the proponent of the recommendations, as always, we defer to you for whether or not you accept those
Sure.
friendly edits or not. So we can just get started with the very first one.
So the first one is the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau expand the range of stakeholders it consults on the development, maybe should say consults with, on the development and improvement of its data tools, including experts in user interface and user experience from private industry, as well as community serving organizations and community members who may not have college degrees.
So any feedback, questions, comments, edits to this recommendation? And I'll just rely on Cherokee. If anyone has their hand raised, please just jump in, Cherokee. I actually have my video closed just so I can see the document.
Okay, good deal. Dana?
Okay, so I'll go. Sorry.
Sorry. I would just suggest with varying levels of education.
I like that. Thank you. Varying levels of educational attainment. Is that fine?
Yep, that's great.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, where do you want that?
Community members who have varying levels of educational attainment at the end. Okay, so the next recommendation, The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau follow current industry standards on human-centered design and community-centered design in the development of user interface and user experience connected with public-facing data tools. These standards include guidance on UI/UX from the Interaction Design Foundation and the Information Technology Laboratory of the National Institute of Standards and Technology. The NAC further recommends that the Census Bureau provide a future report. I didn't finish this up. On its research, analysis, and implementation based on this research.
Okay, so we'll open it up and see if anyone has any comments, edits, questions.
Okay, Dana, is your card still from the last? Okay. So Richard?
I would just recommend adding as one of the documents providing guidance as the U.S. Digital Services Playbook.
Thank you, Calvin.
And I'm sorry, where would you like the edit? And if you could just give me the exact language, I'll put it in.
I would revise the second to last sentence to state these standards and practices include guidance on UI/UX from the Interaction Design Foundation. I would just add to the end of that and the U.S. Digital Services Playbook, and I can provide a link if necessary.
And I'm sorry, it's in the...
That'll be the last item, Jim. So it'll be Interaction Design Foundation, comma, the Information Technology Laboratory of blah, 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 comma, and the U.S. Design Playbook. Is that right, Calvin?
I'm sorry, it's the U.S. Digital Services Playbook?
Sorry, Digital Services Playbook.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Next recommendation. Oh,
wait a minute.
Oh, Jim, this is Janine. If you could just change the last word in that sentence to based on this guidance and not research. That's it.
Okay, if no others, we will go to the next one.
Thank you. So the next one, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide a selection process in all of its public-facing data tools, including maybe selection, maybe well, let me just read the rest of it. Maybe there needs to be some clarification on selection process, including data.census.gov that provide race and detailed origin as a primary selection criteria, much as it provides geography as a primary selection criterion. This functionality will enable public data users to quickly gain insights on important social, economic, and demographic indicators as they vary by race and ethnicity and at different geographic levels. So maybe a user selection process. I think it's clear the rest of it, but it might just throw some people off in the first mention of the selection process.
Richard, is your card up from the previous recommendation, or do you have any other edits to this one? Your card.
For this, are you thinking about user testing?
No, this is on something like data.census.gov. Right now, if you say, I want to learn everything about Texas, and things pop up. If you want to say, I want to learn everything about Black people in the US, there should be a similar selection criterion in the beginning where, it's basically sitting on a mountain of data and it selectively serves up a narrower set of data points based on user interest.
Can I just make just one comment real quick? When you're speaking, please identify who you are just so we can make sure it shows up accurately in the transcript. Thanks so much.
Sorry, this is Florence Gutierrez. I'm just wondering if we want to go beyond race and see what people actually want to get from the user interface and identify those aspects and just have it be more user friendly so that people can find what they need.
Agreed. I would just say, I don't know what the precise language is for this committee, Jim, where the priority populations are. Let's just use that language. I mean, race, ethnicity, and I don't know what the other populations are, but I get it as a general functionality, but I think to advance equity, I would like to specifically call out the populations that this committee is charged with prioritizing.
Dana?
Yes, I would just change user selection process to user search functionality.
Great. Thank you. Is there boilerplate language of the priority populations for this committee?
What I would advise is we can, and I don't know how we would incorporate it in here in the last sentence, but we typically refer to them as historically undercounted populations, and sometimes we also tie it in with and communities of color or populations of color.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we can just say priority should be given, right, to provide priority should be given to users interested in historically undercounted populations and communities of color.
And I guess it's up to you if you, I mean, I think it's fine to leave the last sentence there.
Yeah, then I think that would just mean in order that provide population groups instead of race and detailed origin at the top. It's a population groups as a primary selection criteria, because then later on we specify the priority given. Thank you, everyone. Hopefully that addresses people's recommendations on strengthening it.
Any further discussion or recommendations or edits to this recommendation?
None in-house.
Okay, we will jump forward to the next one. Karthik.
The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau adopt as many of the features of the Opportunity Atlas data tools as possible. These include A, having a fast loading map layer, B, having a mobile friendly interface, C, having tooltips that, it should say emerge seamlessly and elegantly when the user logs into the tool, D, having interactive labels that pop up as the user hovers over the map, and E, enabling users to toggle across populations of interest in ways that enable near instantaneous changes in data tables and data visualizations.
Okay, so any edits, comments, questions?
None here.
Okay, we will press forward.
Okay, E, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau implement or improve a checklist. And I said that because maybe they have a checklist already. So maybe say implement and or improve a checklist of questions in the development, deployment, and refinement of its public-facing data tools. And the questions follow. Does the tool load up quickly for those with 4G cellular data speeds? 2, is the user interface mobile friendly, meaning that all of the information is provided in a responsive and accessible manner? 3, is the user interface intuitive, meaning that it can be explained with a few tooltips rather than extensive documentation? 4, does the tool work across browsers with greater than 10% market share, including Google Chrome, Firefox, and Safari? 5, does the tool require any training to use? And if so, how can a more accessible version of the tool be produced that does not require user training? 6, what kind of insights does the tool offer? And how can those insights be communicated clearly to users? 7, how can the tool empower communities to better understand and advocate for their needs? 8, how can the tool democratize the work of planning and investments?
Hey, any questions, comments, edits, feedback? I know it's kind of a long list, but it certainly is a very concise list, Karthik.
None in-house.
Okay, we will press onward.
F, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau improve the user interface, user experience, and functionality of its interactive gallery entitled Race and Ethnicity in the United States, 2010 Census and 2020 Census, published in August 2021, based on the recommendations above.
Any questions, comments, or feedback?
None in-house.
Okay, final one.
Final one, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau produce a report on its research, analysis, determination, and implementation of methods to improve user interface and user experience in response to these recommendations and other efforts already underway at the Census Bureau.
And again, not hearing anything, I'm assuming silence is golden and everyone is okay with this.
Yes, none in-house.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much, Karthik. And I know you have to jump to your next presentation, but we really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll stick around. I have some time. I'll stick around and listen to others. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, fantastic. And we're going to jump upwards now. We're going to start at the very beginning. And I think the only one, so we went through one fairly thoroughly yesterday. I know Arlick had sent an email with, I think, one additional change that he was looking at for, I think it's recommendation 1A.
Yes, the proposal is just to slightly roll back the ask to request that the Census Bureau not necessarily follow, but at least respond to us regarding the recommendations laid out in the state demographer's letter. And the wording could be just to strike the NAC in the preamble. The NAC incorporates and recommends the following discussed in that letter. And to begin the first recommendation proper with the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau, and this is the new text, provide the NAC with a one-way briefing regarding its response to the FSCPE's recommendations to reduce or eliminate reliance on differential privacy in the ACS and population estimates. Is that much clear? So instead of do this, it's talk to us about this.
And so I take it you want the balance of this deleted?
And then retain the rest of it, I think, and to focus on, if we could, I guess there's a question of whether to include, if they're going to respond to their recommendations, maybe we could include and the 2030 decennial census, so ACS and population estimates and the 2030 decennial census, unless people object to broadening it that way.
Okay, so any discussion on A and B as rewritten? And actually, I guess B is technically not rewritten, it's just been moved down. So it's really A.
There's nothing here in house. Well, let's see. So we would. So, and our original suggestion had been to make B part of a continuation of A so that they would be responding to us regarding those recommendations in the other letter so that A and B would be together. So it would be, and this is Jim, you're probably trying to avoid a run-on, but to reduce or eliminate reliance on differential privacy in the ACS and population estimates of the 2030 decennial census, and to focus more on low-tech privacy strategies, including all of those would be then subsumed in the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide the NAC with a one-way briefing regarding its response to these recommendations.
Okay, and so what I hear, it sounds like the easiest thing to do is probably just to delete B.
No, I mean, I think
because the only thing I would recommend is that, and this is just the general feedback we've gotten from the census subject matter experts. They want us to try to be as clear as possible, and that's one of the reasons why oftentimes you'll see Cherokee and me, and I'm sure Carol will also continue this practice of trying to break out recommendations so they're very specific, kind of like what you saw with what Karthik did. It's just because it makes it much easier for the census to respond, and it's largely because I think the other thing to keep in mind is, and this is why we really try to keep everything a single subject for each recommendation. It's because these recommendations are vetted by every single branch of the Census Bureau that's affected by a particular recommendation. And what we found is that if you put too much into a single recommendation, you could end up having a situation where you've got 7 or 8 different branches that are having to
I think this actually helps to narrow it considerably, because they do have some other recommendations in there that are a little further afield. So this will shorten their work if we include the list, but we could split it into 2 sentences. In particular, we are interested in responses regarding the letter's recommendations to reduce or eliminate. Continuing with B, if that makes sense.
No, I think that does. And that's just so folks understand there is a method to our madness, that we do try to keep everything as concise as we try to keep everything as concise as possible, but the overarching reason actually has more to do with the Census Bureau's internal way that it reviews the recommendations and responds to them. So hopefully does that do the trick, Arlick?
Completely. Thank you. In what's now B, I guess the question is whether we should say recommendation, then insert a segue, so it's clear that this still is part of the foregoing. Maybe say recommendation consistent with the FSCPE's letter, the FSCPE letter's recommendation regarding seeking legislation to penalize misuse of census data, comma, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau.
I recommend keeping it as it is, Arlick. The reason why we draft it like this is when we have a preamble, the Bureau understands that when we have subparts to that after the preamble, that those subparts, those recommendations in the subparts are referring to the preamble. So it's definitely clear from the context that it's referring to the letter.
That's helpful. That's great.
Okay, any further discussion on 1?
None additional.
Okay, we will go to 2. And by the way, so the other thing, let me just start up here real quick. What I did was I organized, some of these are more of what we call kind of miscellaneous recommendations. So I put them under general recommendations, and I believe there were 4, maybe 5, but I think 4 recommendations that fall into this category. And then you're going to see the next category I added is on the 2030 census planning. Just because we did have a number yesterday that referred specifically to 2030 census planning, and they've all been incorporated there, including the CBAMs. We did not have a separate category for CBAMs because CBAMs is all related to the 2030 census planning. And then the rest of the headings largely track the topics that were actually the 4 topics that were on the agenda yesterday and today. So this is, I think we went through all of this yesterday. The only reason why it's in red is because it's been moved. And again, I moved it up just so that it's a more general recommendation. And actually, I should say I'm going to have to move this because it's in the wrong place. This actually should be with the 2030 census. But we'll talk. We'll go through it again here just to see if there's any further input or feedback on it.
One.
I'm sorry.
One question about all of these where we're requesting a one-way briefing. If there are cases where the one-way briefing is a possible prelude, and really what we probably want is both. I assume it's okay to just start with a one-way briefing, and at the time of the one-way briefing, we can request the second part if we still think that's useful.
Yeah, as what Shauna explained yesterday, because Cherokee and Carroll are going to be, the Census Bureau will consult with Cherokee and Carroll before, on putting together the agenda. And by the way, it could even be if there's a decision separate and apart from the spring meeting, that there's a general sense that Cherokee and Carroll and the members would rather have a special meeting on a topic, you can do that. I will just say that the special topics have been generally pretty limited. The ones that we've had to date have all focused on differential privacy and have been tied to very specific production deadlines the Bureau has had. So yes, you can always ask for it. And I think that was the point Shauna was trying to convey yesterday, is that you don't even have to do it formally through a recommendation. It's part of the process already in putting together the agenda for the regular meetings. Okay, I'm going to scroll down a little bit more. This is just, again, these have not changed from yesterday. I will likely end up moving this just because I think it apparently is one that I missed, because this clearly goes with the 2030 census.
You're speaking of B?
The whole thing, all of 2.
Oh.
Yeah, all of 2 should definitely go with the 2030 census because it all relates to 2030 census planning. And then number 3, we did discuss number 3 yesterday, but again, I want to give folks an opportunity to look at the recommendation just to make sure that they have no further input or feedback on it.
So Jim, we have a hand. Dana?
Sure.
Yes, on number 2, actually, this goes back to A, just standardizing the last line to coordinate with the census categories. So I believe Hispanic, not Latino, would be the language. Also, I don't know where it would fall in order of estimated undercount, but I would add college students.
Okay. Any other input or feedback on A?
Arlock, is your card up or no additional?
Or just quick clarification, this is Inyoma. So if you add college students, I'm just wondering about the whole group quarter sort of framing, because there was undercount for, say, those who are incarcerated, was there not? Or I'm just making sure that if there was, we should include that as well.
No, I think it makes sense just to, and that would include college students as well. I think it makes sense because you also, just globally, it was an issue, and a lot of it was also an issue because of relocation, especially in places like the southeastern U.S. because of the hurricane season and the wildfires in the Northwest. Okay.
Just on that, I believe it also included off-campus, non-group quarters, college students. That's the only, we should definitely include group quarters, but.
So I'm sorry, what's the amendment?
Off-campus
group quarters wouldn't include all of that. Group quarters will include all of like the things that are considered group quarters, no?
I think it does.
But I believe the undercount also included off-campus college students who so they lived in the community, but due to the pandemic, went home and were counted with their parents.
Yeah, I would recommend just keeping it as group quarters because it's a pretty broad category that does include college students. Any further discussion?
No additional.
Okay, we are going to, and again, a lot of this should look familiar because these are ones that we discussed these yesterday. So number 3. And I don't think we even had any edits on 3 yesterday.
Hey, Jim, I just dropped this in the chat. I have to go, but I just want on audio to just thank you so much, Jim. I mean, this is this is an example of how effectively Jim has organized our work. And you will surely be missed, Jim, but I hope your legacy will live on with the new leadership and all of our work moving forward.
No, I appreciate it, Karthik, and I will just say on that quick note that you are in very, very good hands with Cherokee and Carol. And I will also say the thing that's been wonderful is the new members who've been added to the committee. All of you have been great. And I want to especially say that for those of you who just joined the NAC, we are very, very buoyed by the fact that all of you have been very active in participating, even though, don't feel alone. Don't feel like you're overwhelmed by the lingo, by the jargon. You'll get past that. It may take a few meetings for it to happen, but you will get past it at some point. And before you know it, you're going to be talking like a census expert. That you'll be talking census speak, I guess I should say. But I really appreciate it, Karthik, and I'm certainly going to look forward to working with all of you, albeit from the sidelines.
Great, thanks.
Okay, nothing on 3. 4, again, we did talk about 4 yesterday. We should probably just look at the recommendation itself, though, only because I did formulate this after our discussion. I think the preamble is probably okay unless anyone has any edits, but we definitely should talk about the recommendation. And you can see it's largely a quote in part from the Brennan Center's report, just to make clear what the issue is, that we're dealing with a statute that simply is out of date with what the Census Bureau is having to do for disclosure avoidance and privacy protection. And so the recommendation and actually, I think I will just say I'm going to offer a friendly amendment to this recommendation in that I think it's incomplete. So as you can see, the friendly amendment I added, clearly there's a racial justice component to this as well. And so I just want to open this up. This is one we probably should talk a little bit about because it's pretty significant in terms of recommending the creation of a working group. I just want to make sure, at least in terms of the general parameters, give everyone an opportunity to weigh in on that.
Nothing here in house, Jim.
And I will just say, Ioma, I was channeling you in adding that because it just dawned on me that it was necessarily a very incomplete recommendation. Okay, not hearing anything. And this is where you can see again. Oh, sure.
We do have a last minute. Arlott?
Yeah, sir. Does this include, I know there's been sensitivity rightly around identification of people's race, ethnic background in recent years, and SOGI, which wouldn't be directly part of the 2020 census, but part of the Title 13 conversation. Is that subsumed in these terms?
So I think this is just focusing on the privacy provisions, the race, ethnicity, SOGI, MENA. That's really a separate question because Title 13 itself specifically focuses on, what the Census Bureau is required to do to prevent disclosure of personally identifiable information. And so that's why this is, it's by design a fairly narrow recommendation, but it's a fairly narrow recommendation that has pretty broad implications. And I did that answer your question, Arlok?
I prospectively, I guess that could still be part of the conversation. But yeah, I guess so. Thanks.
Jim, can I just, I'm
and
not
by
sure
the way,
this requires.
Yeah, please identify yourself by name. I'm so
sorry, this is Teku.
Thank you.
I'm not sure this requires any modifications to the language, but it occurs to me that if we want this working group to put the best possible set of recommendations forward to the Bureau, it would help to bring in some additional experts outside of the NAC in particular. If we really want to re-examine privacy provisions in Title 13, it would help to have some legal experts and maybe even some historians at least consult with the NAC working group.
Actually, I don't think we need the last part. I think that's probably enough. Does that address your concern? And by the way, you can always do that, but I think it makes a lot of sense to just spell it out here. I just want to make sure that that addresses your point. Take it.
Yes, it does. Thanks.
Okay. Okay.
No additional.
Further, and as you can see, I'm going to move the earlier one on the 2030 census. I'll move it down here where it rightfully belongs. So this one is from Carol, and this is the one you can see. All we had yesterday was that first introductory clause, and Carol has added. I just made a few minor tweaks to it, Carol, but it's almost all of your language in everything that follows. And I don't know if you want to just go ahead and walk through it.
Sure. I was trying to approach this from a kind of very kind of user-driven perspective so that the various levels of geography are represented and that there's a strategy that applies to each, because there's a lot of emphasis on national partnerships and such, and then state-based associations. So continuing that, but then being able to drill down more into communities. And that's why some of these are actively engaging with community leaders and community-based organizations, but targeting the tracks where there have been differential undercounts. So really trying to learn from their experience during the decennial and of course during the pandemic. But then also building relationships with immigrant serving organizations, connecting with youth serving organizations, and kind of expanding this Bureau's educational function in terms of drawing youth into data science, statistics, and becoming more civically engaged. So these were just thoughts at about 11 o'clock last night that I jotted down, and I welcome additions and tweaks. So go for it.
Okay, thanks so much, Carol. We'll just go back into the first couple of bullets, and probably the easiest way to do this is just to walk through bullet by bullet and see if anyone has any feedback, edits, comments, questions, concerns.
Do you want to read them or should I?
If you want to read them, that's great. Otherwise, in the interest of time, we could also not read them and just allow folks to read. I don't know if it does. It actually, we probably do have to read them because I guess everyone doesn't have a screen.
We have two screens in here. But I think in the interest of time, I'll do this fast. Building a stakeholder engagement strategy that operates at each level of census geography, and engaging with community-based organizations, community colleges, and universities. Continuing to hold tribal consultations with tribal leaders, representatives, and national, regional, and state AIN organizations. Actively engaging with community leaders and CBOs and census tracts with differential undercounts, building relationships with immigrant serving organizations, conducting town halls in urban and rural areas with differential undercounts, partnering with youth-based organizations to support training in data science, convening with national education organizations and the Department of Education to reinvigorate and improve the effectiveness of the Statistics in School program, and convening meetings with advocacy organizations, particularly those serving historically undercounted populations and communities of color.
So we have two in-house, Suzanne and then Orlock?
Okay.
My one comment is about the partnering with youth-based organizations. So I think supporting training in data science more generally, more broadly is really an important thing to press here. And would we want to make this a little bit more general and say partnering with like public education organizations, in particular youth-oriented ones, just to sort of broaden it. It's a data science literacy thing in general, not just for youth.
Sure, that's a helpful suggestion. I think the key point is to, build a pipeline. And it can come from many organizations.
Carol, I think I interrupted you. Let's go ahead and finish those and then Orlock. Okay, no.
Hi, this is Janine Abrams McLean. The only thing I would add is at the beginning to add either periodic or regular approaches or opportunities, so that it's not just a one-off thing throughout this entire period, so that it's, yeah.
Good point. And would that be in the recommendation?
I think it's in the introduction that she was referring to.
Great. More.
This is Miguel Marino. Piggybacking off of Susie's comment, I think adding organizations, not just youth-based organizations, but organizations like the American Statistical Association, who already have capacity and have already engaged some of those communities, would also be helpful. So I would just add youth-based organizations and statistical data science organizations as well.
Great. Jim, did you get that?
Yeah.
You're getting it.
Hopefully you're singing in real time. Including my typos, by the way, which is somewhat embarrassing, but it is what it is.
Dana.
This is Dana Waters. The first bullet point I would just add, in addition to state, county, tribal, et cetera, local, city and town, however you want to say it. Sorry, I guess city, town, village would encompass local.
Oh, okay. How about if we do this? Oops. I don't know why it does that every now and again. Oh. Okay. Anything further on one?
I don't think so.
Okay. Any other bullets?
I have a quick, this is on my, I don't know if you can see my hand up. Was it my turn? I wasn't sure if Cherokee people in the room are done.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Ioma.
Sorry, yeah, I just have a quick clarification about this series right here. Just to clarify, would language should we think about language, right? Because we think about opportunities, but the way you also do it matters, right? So if you are not at least thinking about the language of whether the stakeholders at whatever levels, that's probably going to be really important. So that's one big thought I had is, should that be included anywhere, especially in this set of recommendations? And then maybe a larger point, and maybe somewhere else and I missed it, is it also makes me think about the establishment of the steering committee for the 2030 census, that could then also make sure that these various groups are also included. So just those thoughts.
Yeah, so on the first point, I think it makes a lot of sense. You can see I added the clause in a linguistically and culturally appropriate manner. And I think it remains an open question on what will be happening with the 2030 census. I know that there's been no public announcement on the steps that the Bureau will be taking. So I think with that, we probably, for the second point, we probably just have to wait to see what the director decides to do.
Yeah, I thought that. So I just figured I'll throw it in here. But no, that makes sense not to include it, but just to flag it. Thank you.
Anything else on 5? I will say, Carol, it was a pretty robust list.
Dana?
Yes, just one more point. Consulting with organizations serving the LGBTQ community on the potential inclusion of questions regarding sexual orientation and gender identity and the implications around privacy and data disclosure.
And I just missed a portion of that. Consulting with organizations that work with the LGBT community on, was it SOGI?
On the potential for inclusion of questions regarding sexual orientation and gender identity and the implications.
Just add a bullet. I'll fix it. I have no idea what the formatting did on this, but it will be fixed. Actually, I'm going to cheat.
Okay, no additional.
Okay, yeah, bear with me for just 1 second. So I'll just do this and then paste. Oops. And there we go. Okay. 6. These are the series of about 5 or 6 that we just had as kind of thoughts that I drafted into a recommendation form. So we did talk about these yesterday. This was part of our conversation, but we didn't specifically look at the recommendation itself. So number 6. Okay, not hearing any on 6. 7.
Jim, sorry, this is Suzanne Thornton. I was wondering if we could change the rely just on feedback to rely solely on feedback.
Done. Okay, if nothing else on 6, number 7.
None in-house.
Okay. And by the way, the one thing I added that we discussed this yesterday is that I did specifically reference the 2020 Census Partnership Plan, and there's a formal document. If you haven't read it, I can tell you for just about any topic you can think of, there's going to be a formal census planning document somewhere on it. Okay, number 8.
None in-house.
Number 9. This is just the preamble. And actually, just to make this easier, let me just go ahead and do this so you can actually see the entire. There we go. It'll be easier.
Dana?
Yes, on number 9, and this is my own fault for not articulating it yesterday. Somewhere in there, could we please add pressure or threats from external actors or actors disseminating mis and disinformation among census employees?
Okay, let me go ahead. I'm just trying to, I think this is probably a good place to do it. So I know you said threats from external actors.
Threats from external actors and outside groups, as well as mis and disinformation disseminated among census employees is not the right word. Stakeholders, yeah, stakeholders.
Okay. Any further feedback? I streamlined the recommendation a little bit because it definitely seemed pretty clear that the introduction would provide sufficient context for it.
No additional.
Okay. Number 10. This is where we have, there are actually, I think, 2 or 3 recommendations specifically on CBAMs. The introduction that I added just simply explains what CBAMs is, quoting from the Bureau's explanation of CBAMs with a copy of the report. That's all the intro really does. So it's really the recommendations that came underneath. And we had a series of recommendations related to CBAMs yesterday, and that's what you will see here. So the first one, and the most obvious one, is presumably the NAC is recommending that the Census Bureau conduct a CBAM study for the 2030 census. And that's what A is. So we'll pause at A and see if anyone has any edits or concerns about that. Okay, not hearing any. We'll go to B.
This is Florencia Gutierrez. Would it be possible to include young children among the populations? Because they were an afterthought in the CBAM survey last time.
Yeah, what I would recommend, let's definitely add that, but let's go ahead and hold it and make it a separate recommendation, a separate sub-recommendation, because I do think it's a distinct recommendation.
Okay.
Jim?
Yes.
EB? And it's probably along the same lines of Flo's recommendation. Also add persons with disabilities, please, in that list.
Okay. So we'll just go through at least the, because they'll all probably go under this as subgroups, but just we'll go through B, C, and D, and then we'll add an E and an F. Okay, not hearing any for B. C. And this was one, again, that was, oops, I have to add a period. This was one that specifically focused on differential privacy. And I will say that this actually cuts across a large number of groups because we've heard that differential privacy is actually, the concerns about it did depress participation among some groups.
Nothing additional in house.
D.
None.
Okay, we are going to add an E and we are going to defer to Flo, which I think the recommendation is going to be pretty straightforward. Because I believe, just tell me if this is right, Flo. And I want to just ask if that does the trick.
Sort of. It doesn't get to why the householder does not include the young child when answering the survey. So a household with a child could fill it out, but not include the young kid. So it's more like including questions and doing focus groups with families with young children to better understand the motivations for leaving their kids off, or to understand why they don't include them.
Hopefully that makes it a little bit more sensible or sensible. I can probably just delete household. Flo, does that address your request? Because just to clarify, that the CBAM study itself, it necessarily is going to encompass focus groups. It's going to encompass surveys, polling, all of that. Which is the only reason why I'm not spelling it out here, because it would more generally it would do that.
Okay, yeah. I trust you. Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we have to trust me as much as trust the Census Bureau, but at least that's what they did last time. And I guess F, I want to make sure that's okay, Cherokee.
Perfect.
Okay, 11, and this goes back to Rosemary, which she had talked about. It really was kind of a separate recommendation because I think that the preamble was needed here. But this is what we had discussed yesterday to Rosemary, and I just wanted to make sure that the language is okay for you.
Jim, I really appreciate you polishing it up, and yes, it's exactly what I meant.
Okay, fantastic. And it helped out a lot having the link to your story. So I think that was really very, very helpful.
Thank you.
So we are through the 2030 census. Now we are going to got 27 minutes left. And again, some of these we've already gone through. The first three I don't believe we have because I'm sorry, we just went through 12. This is Carthage. So we've gone through 12. I'm actually thinking ahead to the next, it's actually the next topic. And then for 13, I think like the next 4 or 5 were recommendations that Miguel had sent over. And I think the only thing that you're going to see that's different from what we discussed yesterday is that I added in the references to the slides that Miguel had sent over. So anything on 13? Not hear anything?
An additional nows.
Okay, 14?
None additional.
15?
None. Excuse me, none.
Okay. 16?
None.
And I'll just pause just to make sure no one online has anything. And just speak up. You can unmute yourself. I apologize. I can't actually see the chat just because I have the document open. So anyone who wants to speak up online, just go ahead and jump in. So not hearing anything for 16. 17, let me just do this for ease so you can see the preamble with the recommendation. I just reorganized this slightly. You can just see I just moved it around because the last sentence was really kind of an explanation.
None.
Okay. 18.
None.
19. And this was from, I believe it was from Brisa. And what I did was I moved a little bit of this around because Brisa had some explanatory material that seemed to be a better fit with an introduction and wasn't necessarily needed directly with each of the individual sub recommendations. So Brisa, I don't know if you want to go ahead and just explain to the committee the purpose of the recommendations, and if there are any questions, you can help us lead the discussion on it.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, I was concerned about the maps of the child opportunity scores because they, I mean, parts of them are quite alarming, right? And alarming and at the same time not surprising, the spatial patterning that we see in the opportunity scores. And my concern is that people can easily misread them as something like, if you live in this particular community, then, lots of bad things happen. And then that can promote further marginalization of those communities and also further disinvestment in those communities. However, the maps actually are representing what are the circumstances of those census tracts 30 years ago, and then what happened to people who were living there 30 years ago. It doesn't necessarily represent the circumstances of children today. And I think the website doesn't make enough of an emphasis on this. So that's why I wrote this drafted recommendation. I think there's a little bit in terms of the Thank you so much, Jim, for reorganizing the text that I sent. I completely agree that creating a preamble is a better way to structure the recommendation. It gives the background. And I had a tiny little bit of confusion on, for example, on the use of the phrase earlier data. So like in the second sentence of the preamble, the landing page has some disclaimers regarding how the opportunity scores, how the scores can be compared to earlier data. How the scores, maybe how the scores relate to characteristics of places 30 years ago. And then, however, Mhm. And you can maybe remove the that 30 years ago from that second sentence. Explain that scores based on characters of places. Disclaimers do not adequately
I was going to say, you
explain.
may actually need the 30 years there.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Just clarifying that earlier data referred to the 30 years ago. Mhm.
And then the three recommendations underneath. And we can just start with A and see if, Brisa, if you have any edits, and see if anyone else has any edits, comments, feedback.
Suzanne?
This is Suzanne Thornton. I have a comment about B.
Okay.
I think I recall yesterday, Risa, you mentioned maybe about being able to overlay the redlining maps on the existing data tools that display maps. I'm wondering if that's something we're specifying here, that we want data users to be able to visualize these maps overlaid.
Yes.
And I just added the words as a layer because I think that's really what you're talking about, which would be like a checkbox that you could just check it and it would add as a layer.
This is a quick question. So, Brees, I just want to make sure, like in that first, the A, it sounds like, I guess I'm hearing you say that it sounds like they need to ensure that they include, like, it's almost like it has to be clear. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau include, like, at least, because it seems like it's there, but it's not, you're saying that it's not clear enough or it's not emphasized enough. I feel like there's something missing, a more adjective missing.
Yes. So when you go on the website, when you first land on the website, there is a little bit of an explanation that the maps are constructed based on 30 years data from 30 years ago. But then when you actually start playing with the maps, there's no disclaimer on the map itself or on the tool that you're using to turn on and off the different layers. In that page, there's no disclaimer about the data, the lag in the data, the 30-year lag in the data. And so somebody could easily, take a screenshot of the map and then say, look, this is a bad community. But it was particularly bad 30 years ago because, right, but it may no longer be. And by, I'm just being very crude here and labeling a community as bad, but, having bad opportunity, not optimal opportunity for children. So the maps themselves need to have something about the time lag. I don't know exactly what, but right now it is not clear. And making the maps really easy to misuse or misrepresent.
So I added a sentence because I think that's basically what you're saying. And it's actually something that's even come up where we've had comparisons of 2020 census data to 2010 census data, that it can't be a strict apples to apples comparison because there were a whole variety of reasons, different data collection methods, different privacy disclosure avoidance methods. I think I just wanted to see if that captures what you're trying to get. It sounds like you just want a disclaimer to make clear that you can't take it on faith that the conditions that exist today existed in the community 30 years ago.
Correct. Yeah. On how let me take this and see if you can maybe move on to the next one, and then I can try to edit it because I don't think that A still reflects what I want to say.
Okay, and I just want to flag that we have 16 minutes left to get through the remaining recommendations. We've gone through most of them, but we have 3 new ones from John that I want to make sure that we're able to also discuss. I just want to see if there's any comments on C before we move forward.
I think this is Yoma. I think you can move forward, but I guess I still feel in my head that these maps is an opportunity for the census to to use it in some ways as a tool to examine just how they're doing their operations, right, to ensure equity. So, I mean, I'm not sure if it's under these three per se, but I feel like it's sort of a missed opportunity. But I haven't clearly pulled together a recommendation, but I just think it's there. So let's just, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Who was speaking?
Sorry, this is Florence Gutierrez. And so when I see a source that's called the Opportunity Atlas, I'm thinking that it'll be a source that provides like an asset frame or that provides a positive view of what communities have to offer. And I just hope that whatever the Bureau does with these data, it's not, oh, look how terrible Baltimore is. It sucks. It doesn't provide opportunities for its kids. Because there are assets in the communities. It's just a matter of how you're framing these data, using it to say these communities have assets, these children have strengths. We just need to do better. Our systems need to do better. I'm just afraid of how these data will be used.
So I'm just going to make a recommendation that we really we've got to go through the remaining recommendations. And I will just say that if we don't feel like we're comfortable that we don't have the language that we need for this recommendation, we may just simply have to hold it over for the next meeting, because which we periodically have to do. But I just want to make sure that we also are sensitive to John's recommendations, that we have an opportunity to go through the balance.
Yep.
And so, John, I'm going to turn the floor over to you. You sent the 3 recommendations over this morning from your presentation yesterday.
Yes, thank you, Jim. So recommendation number 20 reads, the NAC recommends the Census Bureau evaluate post-secondary and veterans' earnings and employment statistics as a use case to explain why disclosure avoidance is required, why differential privacy is the best method of disclosure avoidance, and how differential privacy works in protecting the confidentiality of students, graduates, and veterans. Communications should be geared towards an 8th grade reading level.
No,
I don't see anything. Okay, number 21. NAC recommends the Census Bureau evaluate post-secondary and veterans' earnings and employment statistics as a use case to explain the concept of a privacy budget, which is central to all applications of differential privacy, and explicitly show the relationship between privacy budget and how it determines the balance between privacy and accuracy.
I would just make a friendly amendment of privacy loss budget.
Got it. Thank you.
No additional.
And number 22, the NAC recommends the Census Bureau ensure that the use of differential privacy with post-secondary and veterans' earnings and employment statistics does not hide small cell instances that intersect with historically undercounted population groups in its current and future design.
Recognize Carol.
John, just a suggestion that under 20, under communications should be geared towards an 8th grade reading level.
Yes.
If an inclusion of an infographic.
Wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just offer a further friendly amendment, because I think we can also refer back to our March recommendations, which I think all of this is tied to.
Yes.
Okay. Anything further on 20, 21, or 22?
Nothing further.
Okay. And then we have the final, I think this is the final topic, but number 23. Okay, not hear anything.
In the house.
Okay, 24.
None? Oh, I'm sorry. Teku?
Sorry, I was just thinking about 2021 and 22, which are all great recommendations for the veterans earnings and employment statistics, but they are also great recommendations for any any of the decennial releases. So I don't want to, thin out like the efficacy of these recommendations specific to these Census Bureau reports, but I don't know if we should consider whether or not having a general version of them or adding as a separate recommendation that these should also apply to any of the other releases from the 2020 decennial that have a differential privacy component to them.
Okay, I just want to make sure that captures it too. It is a good kind of catch-all, and I think it's a shorthand way of doing this. Hopefully. Oh,
yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Although it's missing. There, I think that makes a little more sense now.
Okay, nothing additional.
I'm just going to change one other thing. All releases of census data products. Okay. So we are on, we did 23, 24.
None?
Okay. 25.
We have a hand up. I can't tell who that is. Is that Brisa?
Yes, whenever you're ready, Jim, I have a specific language for the prior recommendation that we skipped.
Okay, yeah, we'll just, we've got, I think, three.
We can come back to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got 3 recommendations left, and then we'll circle back to it.
No problem.
So nothing for 24. And then 25, we have a short intro. And by the way, it was very interesting because I heard that one of the public comments was also on, said the same thing as 25. So apparently everyone's in the same boat on it. And Teku, I think this was actually yours, but it's a very good recommendation. Okay, any comments, feedback?
None.
Okay. 26.
None.
27.
None.
And 28. And I added the last sentence because that's for those who haven't worked with the Census Bureau before. This is how they would address issues of concern of data disclosure. They can enter into these special sworn status agreements with researchers to be able to do it.
Jim, I'm not sure whether and how to add language to this, but I think was it Brisa who queried the Bureau this morning about the important point that the demonstration data also are not based on, the demonstration data tables are not based on the exact kind of raw data numbers, but also based on what they did in 10 with respect to privacy, which is to use the swapping method. So I don't know if I don't know how to, I'm not sure how to reflect that, but I guess the general recommendation is that there should be demonstration data tables made available so that outside experts can fully understand, how much work the I guess the noise injection processes are doing.
Maybe would we want to just simply add something here that elaborates on the first sentence and also talks about perhaps as compared to other privacy avoidance systems, including swapping and suppression.
Jim, we also have Miguel and then Arlock.
Okay.
This is Miguel. I was wondering if we should also, in the recommendation, include something about them releasing their source code so that the independent researchers could also QC that as well.
Yeah, I think that came up before. I think we can ask for it, but I'm 99% sure that they're not going to do it. And the reason has a lot to do with the proprietary nature of it. But I think we can certainly ask for it, and I suspect they're more likely to do it to people who are, if they do it at all, it would be for those in a special sworn status. I don't think they're going to release the source code to the general public.
Before Arlock, Jim, we have 5 minutes left. Do we need 5 additional?
I don't know how long it's going to go through take to go through Brisa's recommendation and how long it's going to take to conclude this one.
$10. Okay, we're going to do Arlock, circle back to Brisa, and then we'll 10, additional 10.
A friendly amendment. I think they've been clear they wouldn't want to release the full set of demonstration data because of it revealing what they've done before. But if we said, consider releasing not demonstration data, but a limited set of evaluations of the of the demonstration product, or whatever the right way to say that is. So those wouldn't need to be evaluations that would be comparable or detailed enough to figure out what they have done in 2010. And therefore, they should be willing to do that, I think. Be more likely to do that.
And I think that I completely agree with Arlock.
I'm sorry. Just again, please identify yourself by name.
I apologize, Jim. It's Brisa Sanchez. I completely agree with what Arlock said, that today even they told us no. If they give too much detail, if they publish too much detail, then people can reverse engineer the data privacy algorithm, differential privacy algorithm. But in summary tables, they can compare side by side, right? Because a summary table is not enough to reconstruct the differential privacy algorithm, like the ones that they showed us today, right? Those are so aggregated that it's not possible to reverse engineer from there.
Yeah, I think, and what I did was I added that clause, Arlock, and any internal evaluations utilized in the Census Bureau's allocation of the privacy loss budget. I will just tell you, I would be shocked if they'll either say no, or the best case scenario we can hope for is that they would do something like this with folks in a special sworn status. For the reasons you just mentioned, Brisa, I don't think there's any way that they're not going to provide the source code or any of the particulars just because of the concern of reverse engineering.
Jim, could we replace and any internal evaluation with a limited set of evaluations so that they're more likely to say yes?
I agree with that. This is Brisa Sanchez. Yep.
How about if we just say examples of internal evaluations?
Good.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to say a limited set. I think we always want to encourage as much transparency as possible. So anything further on 28? If not, we can jump back.
No additional.
Okay, we're going to go backwards. Okay. Brisa, your amendments to 19.
Thank you, Jim. So in Part A, if the second line of Part A, that clarify, and so after that clarify, we can say that clarify that the opportunity scores shown do not represent the opportunity of children who currently live in those communities, comma, given the 30-year lag in the data used to produce the scores, period.
Does that do the trick?
To me, it does. I don't know about the remaining committee. I also,
just a point of
and just-
clarification. Is
yeah,
that
Darla,
all of the data?
Arla,
go ahead.
just again, just a reminder, please identify yourself by name when you start speaking, just so they can capture it.
Sorry, it's Arla. Is that 30-year lag of all of the inputs or in some of the inputs? I didn't know that.
I would have to defer to Brisa. I don't know the answer.
that is not clear. This is Brisa. That is not clear either. In the presentation today, or in the presentation yesterday, they talked about how some of the data has a 30-year lag, like the income, for example. But maybe some variables do and others don't. So maybe instead of the 30-year lag used in the data, we can just say, given the time lag in the data, that way, it's more general. And this is Brisa again. And I was thinking about Flo's comment about showing also resiliency factors or positive attributes of the communities, which I completely agree with. Yesterday during the presentation, they focused on like incarceration rates or maybe like limited income. I can't remember, but we could potentially add a D.
I would just ask, just because we're 2 minutes over. I don't think we can add any new recommendations right now. It may be worthwhile holding for the next time the NAC convenes, just because we actually have a public time frame that we have to meet to go back on. And I think Cherokee, you got us 5 more minutes, so I think we have about 2 minutes left.
That's fine by me.
Actually, I have 7 minutes. It's 10 additional minutes.
Oh, okay. And I will say I'll need a few minutes to reformat. So, I just want to know if anything further on B or C.
Nothing here in house.
Okay. Yeah. What I recommend then, if there's nothing further, that we go ahead and just take a quick like 6-minute break, and then we can reconvene if Karen has a setup to reconvene at 2:10, and then we'll go through all the recommendations. I'll try to clean them up as best as I can. They'll probably still be a little bit rough, but that'll at least give me a few minutes to do it.
Turn it back over to Karen.
Okay, thank you very much, Jim. So we will reconvene at 2:10. I would like to welcome everybody back to the 2022 NAC Fall Meeting. Just a reminder, information for closed captioning services can be found on the NAC website. And now at this time, James Tucker will present the 2022 Fall NAC recommendations.
Thanks so much, Karen. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And for those of you who are doing this for the first time with us, what we'll do is we're going to try to go, we'll go through the recommendations as a block. Where there's a preamble, generally speaking, I will not be talking about the preamble. We're just gonna read through the recommendations. And so with that, we're going to start with recommendation 1A. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide the NAC with a one-way briefing responding to the FSCPE recommendations on the ACS, population estimates, and the 2030 census. In particular, the NAC is interested in responses to the letter's recommendation to reduce or eliminate reliance on differential privacy in the ACS and population estimates, and focus more on low-tech privacy strategies, including to work with data users to identify ACS tables that could be deleted from public products, and binning continuous variables such as income on microdata files, rounding, and tying the provision of data to the population size of a unit and not just its type, such as smaller political units could receive less subject detail than larger ones. Recommendation 1B. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau refer to the Office of Legislative Affairs in the Commerce Department a recommendation to work with Congress on legislation to place penalties on users who willfully re-identify or disclose public data that results in harm to an individual. Recommendation 2. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau give a presentation at the spring 2023 meeting that updates the committee on the blended base with any available results of the research on the impact of blended base on Black and Hispanic populations. Recommendation 3. The NAC recommends that the Director of the Census charter a NAC working group that will examine existing privacy provisions of Title 13 United States Code, how those provisions have been applied by the Bureau to census data products through its disclosure avoidance procedures, and the impact of disclosure avoidance on historically undercounted populations, populations of color, and those living in more sparsely populated communities to identify ways in which those provisions can be modernized and improved. In the charter, the NAC would like to include outside experts to consult with and advise the NAC working group. Recommendation 4. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide a one-way briefing to the NAC on the research and plans being considered by the Census Bureau in its preparation for the 2030 decennial census. In particular, the NAC requests the update to include A, an overview of the research the Bureau is considering before that research plan is funded or finalized, so that the NAC and stakeholders can advise the Bureau on aspects of the plan that are particularly important and what additional components should be included, particularly with respect to historically undercounted populations, referring to, in order by the estimated undercount, the recent PES, American Indians and Alaska Natives, Hispanics, Blacks, young children, certain Asian American Pacific Islander populations, renters, and group quarters. And I'll actually modify that in those living in group quarters. B, a timeline for preparations for the 2030 census, including opportunities for the NAC and stakeholders to provide input, such as the opportunity provided in the pending Federal Register notice in the 2030 census. C, an update on the timeline for tests that the Census Bureau has planned and those tests that are already underway, including information on how those tests will help overcome barriers to an accurate count of historically undercounted populations. D, an update on adjustments the Census Bureau has made to its 2030 census planning and tests because of the data collection challenges the Bureau faced in the 2020 census. And then finally, 5, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide multiple opportunities and approaches on a periodic and ongoing basis in a linguistically and culturally appropriate manner to gathering stakeholder input on the 2030 census, such as building a stakeholder engagement strategy that operates at each level of census geography, including state, county, local, which includes city, town, and village, tribal areas, Native Hawaiian homelands, and engage with community-based organizations or CBOs, community colleges, and universities. Continuing to hold tribal consultations with tribal leaders, tribal representatives, and national, regional, and state American Indian and Alaska Native organizations. Actively engaging with community leaders and CBOs in census tracts with differential undercounts in the 2020 census. Building relationships with immigrant serving organizations. Conducting town halls in urban and rural areas with differential undercounts in the 2020 census. Partnering with public education organizations, particularly youth-based organizations and statistical data science organizations, to support training in data science. Consulting with organizations that work with the LGBTQ community on the potential for inclusion of questions regarding sexual orientation and gender identity, or SOGI, and the implications around privacy and data disclosure. Convening with national education organizations and the Department of Education to reinvigorate and improve the effectiveness of the Statistics in Schools program. And then finally, convening meetings with advocacy organizations, particularly those serving historically undercounted populations and communities of color. At this point, I'll ask that all members present in the room and all those online, please unmute yourselves and indicate that you agree with these by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And any abstentions? Okay, recommendations 1 through 5 are adopted. Recommendation 6, again, please mute yourself while we go through the next 5. 6, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau conduct community-grounded, community-based research to prepare for the 2030 census and not rely solely on feedback from stakeholders and organizations. Recommendation 7, the NAC recommends that in preparation for the 2030 census, the Census Bureau evaluate the partners that participated in the 2020 Census Partnership Plan to identify underrepresentation among historically undercounted populations and populations of color, ways in which the partnership plan can be improved through more effective and culturally appropriate outreach to historically undercounted populations, and ways to improve participation of and collaboration with those underrepresented populations and the organizations that serve them. Recommendation 8, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide increased opportunities for regional stakeholders to participate in planning for the 2030 census. A particular emphasis should be placed on those areas in which there were lower than average self-response rates or notable differences in how respondents answered the survey. In implementing this recommendation, the Census Bureau should collaborate with tribal, national, regional, and local stakeholders, particularly those working with or representing historically undercounted populations and populations of color. Recommendation 9. The NAC recommends that as part of its research and planning for the 2030 census, the Census Bureau interview and report on feedback from 2020 census enumerators on census policies, procedures, and actions that impeded their ability to close NRFU cases or non-response follow-up cases without securing an interview from non-responding households. And then finally, 10 is in multiple parts. 10A, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau conduct a census barriers, attitudes, and motivators study, or CBAM study, in preparation for the 2030 census. B, the NAC recommends that in its preparation for conducting a CBAM study for the 2030 census, the Census Bureau consult and collaborate with historically undercounted populations, populations of color, immigrant communities, tribal nations, and other groups that experience high levels of distrust to the federal government and low self-response rates to identify topics of concern to those groups that should be included in the study. C, the NAC recommends that in its planning for a 2030 census CBAMs, the Census Bureau include questions about trust and confidence relating to differential privacy, such as what is entailed in the accuracy-privacy trade-off and whether the Bureau's explanations of that trade-off are understandable, and which populations are most likely to distrust public-facing outputs of the 2020 census because of the Bureau's use of differential privacy. Recommendation D, the NAC recommends that a 2030 census CBAM study evaluate whether the Census Bureau's partnerships with the private sector and corporate partners results in any increase or decrease among different population groups compared to partnerships with governmental entities. And recommendation 10E, the NAC recommends that as part of the 2030 Census CBAM study, the Census Bureau study and report on the barriers, attitudes, and motivators to participation by households with young children that excluded one or more young children from their response. And then 10F, the NAC recommends that as part of the 2030 Census CBAM study, the Census Bureau study and report on the barriers, attitudes, and motivators to participation by households with one or more occupants with a disability. And with that, I'm going to ask the NAC members to unmute themselves either in person or online. And all in favor of recommendations 6 through 10, please so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And any abstentions? Okay, with that, NAC recommendations 6 through 10 are adopted. Recommendation 11. The NAC recommends that as part of a 2030 Census CBAM study, that the Census Bureau assess how to message use of online surveys to older adults who are warned by law enforcement authorities not to disclose personal information online because of the prevalence of internet-based scams and other sources of online exploitation. And then recommendation 12 is a series of sub-recommendations, so 12A. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau expand the range of stakeholders it consults with on the development and improvement of its data tools, including experts in user interface and user experience from private industry, as well as community serving organizations and community members who have varying levels of educational attainment. Recommendation B. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau follow current industry standards on human-centered design and community-centered design in the development of user interface and user experience. UI, UX, connected with public-facing data tools. These standards and practices include guidance on UI, UX from the Interaction Design Foundation, the Information Technology Laboratory of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and the U.S. Digital Services Playbook. The NAC further recommends that the Census Bureau provide a future report on its research, analysis, and implementation based on this guidance. Recommendation C. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide a user search functionality in all of its public-facing data tools, including data.census.gov, that provide population groups as a primary selection criteria, much as it provides geography as a primary selection criteria. Priority should be given to users interested in historically undercounted populations and populations of color. This functionality will enable public data users to quickly gain insights on important social, economic, and demographic indicators as they vary by race, ethnicity, age, and at different demographic levels, or different geographic levels. Recommendation D. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau adopt as many of the features of the Opportunity Atlas data tools as possible. These include A, having a fast loading map layer, B, having a mobile-friendly interface, C, having tooltips that emerge seamlessly and elegantly when the user logs into the tool, D, having interactive labels that pop up as the user hovers over the map, and E, enabling users to toggle across populations of interest in ways that enable near instantaneous changes in data tables and data visualizations. Recommendation E. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau implement and/or improve a checklist of questions in the development, deployment, and refinement of its public-facing data tools, such as 1. Does the tool load up quickly for those with 4G cellular data speeds? 2. Is the user interface mobile friendly, meaning that all of the information is provided in a responsive and accessible manner? 3. Is the user interface intuitive, meaning that it can be explained with a few tooltips rather than extensive documentation? 4. Does the tool work across browsers with greater than 10% market share, including Google Chrome, Firefox, and Safari? 5. Does the tool require any training to use? And if so, how can a more accessible version of the tool be produced that does not require user training? 6. What kind of insights does the tool offer, and how can those insights be communicated clearly to users? 7. How can the tool empower communities to better understand and advocate for their needs? 8. How can the tool democratize the work of planning and investments? And we're nearly done with 12. We're now at 12F. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau improve the user interface, user experience, and functionality of its interactive gallery entitled Race and Ethnicity in the United States, 2010 Census and 2020 Census, published in August 2021 based on the recommendations above. Then finally, recommendation 12G. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau produce a report on its research, analysis, determination, and implementation of methods to improve user interface and user experience, UI, UX, in response to these recommendations and other efforts already underway at the Census Bureau. Recommendation 13, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau rename the variable child race to child race and ethnicity in the Opportunity Atlas, as it currently includes a group called Hispanic, which blends two distinct concepts, race and ethnicity, into one. And then it gives a reference to the presentation slides. Recommendation 14, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau allow users to use more granular categories of community resilience estimates instead of the current 0, 1 to 2, 3 plus, as this can hide important communities that are at the highest risk, such as 8 to 10 risk factors, and then it refers to the slides. And then finally, in this group, recommendation 15, the NAC recommends that in the one-year ACS estimates, the Census Bureau be more transparent in its disclosure. In public-facing data, the larger error rates in more sparsely populated areas, taking into consideration sampling errors in the very small sample size, such as identifying the proportion of data from survey responses compared to model data. At this point, I'll ask all the NAC members to unmute themselves, both in person and online. All those in favor of recommendations 11 through 15, please so indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. And any abstentions? Okay. NAC recommendations 11 through 15 are adopted. Recommendation 16. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau be more transparent of known unknowns in the Bureau's public-facing data tools. Specifically, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau ensure that users of public-facing data visualization and analysis tools can easily find information about which population is represented in the data and explicit characteristics of any subpopulations that are not represented, such as anyone who has not filed income tax, residents of U.S. territories, etc. Recommendation 17. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau investigate how the Bureau's estimate of community resilience differs from other indices. In the interest of transparency, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau explain those differences in its public-facing data products. Recommendation 18. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau consider variations of the Bureau's current community resilience estimates that would be flexible to different disasters. Recommendation 19A. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau include appropriate disclaimers and explanations on maps of opportunity scores that clarify that the opportunity scores shown do not represent the opportunity of children who currently live in those communities, given the time lag in the data used to produce the scores. Recommendation B. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide the ability to overlay redlining maps as a layer where they are available to provide context for earlier opportunity scores. Recommendation C. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau further develop the tools to enable projections of opportunity scores based on today's community circumstances, where possible, linking projections of those opportunity scores to place-based policies that aim to improve child well-being and human development. And then finally, recommendation 20. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau evaluate post-secondary and veterans' earnings and employment statistics as a use case to explain why disclosure avoidance is required, why differential privacy is the best method of disclosure avoidance, and how differential privacy works in protecting the confidentiality of students, graduates, and veterans. Communication should be geared towards an 8th grade reading level with the inclusion of an infographic, and then it refers to the NAC's recommendations from the March 2022 special meeting on messaging differential privacy to the public. And with that, I'm going to ask the NAC members to unmute themselves, both in person and online. All of those in favor of recommendations 16 through 20, please so indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. And any abstentions? Okay, NAC recommendations 16 through 20 are adopted. Recommendation 21. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau evaluate post-secondary and veterans earnings and employment statistics as a use case to explain the concept of a privacy loss budget, which is central to all applications of differential privacy, and explicitly show the relationship between the privacy loss budget and how it determines the balance between privacy and accuracy. Recommendation 22. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau ensure that the use of differential privacy with post-secondary and veterans earnings and employment statistics does not hide small cell instances that intersect with historically undercounted population groups in its current and future design. Recommendation 23. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau apply recommendations 20 through 22 to all releases of census data products to which differential privacy has been applied. Recommendation 24. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau include disaggregated race and ethnicity data in its new products to allow communities to visualize their particular subpopulation rooted in a particular place. And this is actually, recommendation 25. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau promote public data and statistical literacy so the public can better understand their rights with respect to data privacy. And at this point, I'm going to ask the NAC members to unmute themselves, both in person and online. All those in favor of recommendations 21 through 25, please so indicate by saying aye.
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 And any opposed, please say nay. And any abstentions? Okay, with that, NAC recommendations 21 through 25 are adopted. Recommendation 26. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau upgrade its website to make its publicly facing resources on differential privacy and other tools like the Community Explorer and Opportunity Atlas more accessible for users trying to find them. Recommendation 27. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide greater transparency on how 2020 census profile data should be compared to 2010 census data where matching tables cannot be released due to privacy and accuracy considerations. Recommendation 28. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau continue to inform and seek input from the NAC and other stakeholders on how application of differential privacy to the DHC data will affect the construction of the public use microdata sample from the 2020 census.
Excuse me, James.
Yes.
Did you went through recommendation 26?
Yes, I read through 26.
Okay.
The lines that were crossed out, I just inadvertently did not delete them. So we are on 29. The NAC recommends that in the interest of transparency, the Census Bureau release a version of its source code, demonstration data without post-processing procedures, and examples of internal evaluations utilized in the Census Bureau's allocation of the privacy loss budget so the independent effects of injecting noise can be better understood. If necessary to protect privacy and still provide a robust assessment in response to this recommendation, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau grant researchers with special sworn status to carry out this project. And with that, I'm going to ask NAC members one last time to unmute yourself, both online and in person. And all of those in favor of recommendations 26 through 29, please so indicate by saying aye.
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 And any opposed, please say nay. And any abstentions?
I abstain.
Is there a particular recommendation or?
Yeah, I approve all of them except 29.
And I'm sorry, can you state who this is?
Alexis Santos.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, and with the abstention that Alexis has to recommendation 29, recommendations 26 through 29 are adopted. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing. I want to thank all of you. This has been a very, very fast ride the last couple of days, both for those of you in person and those of us who are participating virtually. And again, I just want to express my thanks and gratitude to the Census Bureau on behalf of those in my class, which include Interdeep and Teku, for having the opportunity to work with all of you for the last 6 years. It's been really wonderful. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Karen.
Thank you very much, Jim. Jim, we would like to ask if you could do a roll call of the NAC members who are participating online. We just want to make sure that we have an accurate record of the NAC members who participated in the voting.
Okay, thanks so much. And with that, if you're online right now, if you could please unmute and identify yourself.
Ioma Iruka,
Florencia Gutierrez.
Rosemary Rodriguez.
Gina Adams is on. She says that we can't hear her. Her audio isn't working. I'll also ask, I'll call in Nicole because I see that you are on. And I know you're in Anchorage. Anyone else online?
Yes, this is Phyllis.
Okay.
Alexis Santos.
Last call for anyone else who's online.
Hey, Jim, it's Nicole. I was having problems coming off mute. I'm here.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much.
Uh-huh.
And then final call.
Did Brisa Sanchez call her name out? She's on.
She did not, but yes, Brisa was definitely on because she was participating in the discussion. So that's Brisa Sanchez. And then, of course, I'm James Stucker. I'm also online. Final call, just in case we missed anyone. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Karen.
Thank you very much, Jim. Well, this concludes the 2022 NAC Fall Meeting proceedings for Day 2. Thanks to each committee member, particularly those whose term ends at the conclusion of this meeting. Your comments and your perspectives are vital to our efforts. Before adjourning, I would like to thank you all for your participation today. I also want to thank the members of the Advisory Committee branch for their work in organizing this meeting and all the supporting census offices that make this meeting so successful. So please just note that the next National Advisory Committee meeting is scheduled for May 4 and 5. And with that, this concludes the meeting. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everybody.